Is this thing on? Hello. Whoa! Good evening, all you lovely people. Well, I guess it's like 8:30. That's like kind of I don't know. When does evening stop? When does evening stop and night start? I feel like the cutoff is somewhere around 8 o'clock. I feel like it's somewhere around 8 o'clock. Something like that. Is the music too loud? Feels way too loud to me. 35%? It's probably fine. I'm so used to wearing the one headset. Can't mess up my my gentle ear. That is actually the hardest part about casting the RLEs, is wearing the freaking headset for like 8 hours. Oh my god. I need to get like, actually I have AirPods. Those can connect to a computer, right? In my head, it's like Apple thing only connects to Apple thing. I don't know, but I'm sure it's just Bluetooth. It's not some mystical Steve Jobs formula. Ugh. Yeah, I need to figure out how to connect actually my AirPods. I would love to use earbuds instead of this thing. Just doesn't work with all this junk in my ear, man. It's a pain in the butt. It's dreadful. But I gotta hear my jams, and I gotta hear the awesome Tim Keefe video that we're gonna be watching today. Oh my god. I feel like I'm still recovering from the weekend, man. Don't get me wrong. At-home casting is definitely a lot easier. But man, still takes it out of you. It still definitely takes it out of you. It was a very, very long weekend. I had a lot of Taco Bell because it's like the only thing I could DoorDash past like 10 p.m. Because I don't know, man. Austin, Texas is a very weird city because they tell you it's like the new young gun hot shot place to move. Then the city falls asleep by like 11 p.m. It's very weird. It's very, very, very strange. Very, very strange. But yeah, it was a great weekend, man. Boy, oh boy. Should have a fun time. We saw some crazy stuff. Of course, Tam's run was monumental. The Ojiro Menace was as to be expected. Obviously, now that I'm not coming to you as official Jasco man Levi, holy cow, I hope we get some kind of ban list soon. Holy cow. That is by no means going to be the topic of this stream, this whatever. It's not going to be a topic in any way in the slightest because it's just very, very simple. Character's not okay, and I hope that Florida is not the exact same event. But those are just the bread and butter thoughts, and I don't think that it's a hot take anymore in the slightest. Either way, though, I'm excited for this upcoming competitive season. I guess I haven't really talked about it a ton, at least not in any like public official statement thing. But I'm contracted for all of the RLEs this season. So the same way I kind of like host the Wednesday webcam weeklies, I'm contracted in the same way now for the RLEs. So not like official employee by any means. I don't have a J next to my name coming anytime soon, but the fact that it's now like super consistent work is very, very, very cool. It's very, very cool. The fact that I can now I can look at the list of RLEs this season and then like calculate how much I'll make, and then from each one, and then like put it all together, and the fact that I can look at that number and be like, this is how much money I'll make working Jasco events this like quarter or this half of the year or whatever. It's like just super cool. It's super, super cool. I'm super duper blessed, and I'm super grateful to be here. And I'm excited to see you guys at every single RLE this whole season. It's going to be freaking awesome. It's going to be cool. We've got really, really cool casters lined up for the next few as well. You're going to see a lot of familiar faces, some new faces as well. It's going to be very awesome. That the data was so skewed. So the data was skewed in a kind of interesting way, right? And when I say that, I mean that this many people went in and they played Ojiro 2 without being able to qualify for an invite. They went in and they played this, you know, quote-unquote best deck, this quote-unquote monster, and they couldn't even qualify for like the best prize of the whole event, which is the Nationals invite. Isn't that kind of interesting? It kind of makes me wonder. It makes me a little worried. What do you think an event where all of these Ojiro, all of these players can actually play for an invite? I think Florida's going to be even more. I think Florida's going to be even more Ojiro. A lot of the US players coming in, they had reason to goof around, right? They can't get an invite. My boy Tony, he was like, I mean, I can't get an invite, so seems like a good time to test my goofy Selkie deck. And he made 22nd place, so we get to do the top 32 clickbait deck profile. So I'm happy about that, and I'm happy about him. Obviously, he had a sick run. It was he was very, very close to making top 16 with Selkie. Very, very close to making top 16 with Selkie. He was like on the winning end, and he wouldn't even have had to be if he hadn't drawn. He had a draw, the on-stream match with the Mineta. If he hadn't drawn, he wouldn't even have to be on a winning end. That Selkie deck is cool as heck. Yeah, so I'm the one locked in. I'm the host, and I take care of all of the people rotating in and out. Kind of like I don't know, like a booking agent almost. It's weird, but it's cool. It's fun. It's fun. They pretty much were like, doors are open, Levi. Figure out who the coolest people to come onto these things is. We'll have a conversation about it, and then it may or may not happen. So it's cool stuff. That also means it's a great time to get into like the creation scene. It's a really, really good time to get into the creation scene, because if you posture yourself as a name that I can tell Jasco and then be like, hey, look, this guy's doing the Lord's work over here. He's doing the good universe's God's work over here. That's the golden ticket type of situation, you know. So we're definitely always looking for people. I want a big network of casters. I really, really enjoy having the variety. As much as, man, I love Sabretooth to death. I could cast every single event in the world with Sabretooth. I totally could, and I would be perfectly fine with it. I would be so chill with that. But I do like me some variety. No, Tim's not banned in any way. I haven't been told anything about it. I mean, maybe he's like internally, I don't know, is essentially the best answer I can give you. I was told nothing. But they were fine with, like, you know, him being like, you know, on the stream. Obviously, if he won, we would have done a player interview with him if he won. So I don't think there's anything weird going on. But I sadly don't have any more insight past that. It's been really fun. I'm excited to start. Like we're kind of going through this season with you know, the more well-known entities and stuff like that. But I think soon you're gonna start seeing some brand new faces on the Wednesdays soon. It's very exciting. So y'all should be tuning in. I got myself a nice Levi brand iced coffee here, ready to tackle this evening, man. As cool as this weekend was, man, we've got an awesome evening ahead of us. I was kind of back and forth. About like if I wanted to, because I've been wanting to do this for a while. I've been wanting to do this for a long time now, because I have a box, guys. I have a little box here from Legendary Wolf Games. They basically said, Miles hit me up. He said, Levi, I'm gonna be sending you something. Open it up on stream, hype it up, get excited, do your thing, and maybe have an Oldhead ready. So there's something going on inside this box. I'm just not fully privy to anything really past that. Thank you, Mr. Blue. I appreciate that. I'm also really glad that Tim is getting to do stuff for the monthly Monday Mayhems. Very happy that it's him and Andrew both. I think that's like such a great thing for them to be doing. But I appreciate that. So I got this box like a couple weeks ago, but then, excuse me. Then it'll be your old head. I need all of y'all in the chat. I need every old head. Everyone, please. So basically I got this box and like a couple weeks ago, and then I got hella sick. I got like vehemently sick and pretty much just lived in bed for a week. All of my content I was ahead on basically got slaughtered because I couldn't make anything that week. It was a terrible week. So then the next week I'm finally feeling better. Most of my time ends up going to catching up on content, or rather getting ahead again. Had a ton of catching up to do, and then just as I was kind of getting ready to maybe do this, Tim Keefe put out his big history lesson video. Which basically, if you don't know, Tim Keefe made a video. It's like a little over an hour long. It's basically a small movie where he just goes over a ton of history of the game and like a lot of the most impactful and relevant cards, and like, you know, times like certain keywords appear for the first time, that type of thing. And he's just gonna bring us his big boomer knowledge for like a little documentary. And so that came out, and I was like, that would be a really cool thing to pair with this Oldhead box, right? This would be a really cool thing to pair with this. So I was like, I can make that like a whole Oldhead stream. And so I, got the stuff for that together, planned it, and then obviously, Oceanic RLE. So that ate up my whole weekend. And then I was like, okay, this week it's finally time. I had a couple build-a-decks to do tonight, but we got those out of the way. And so we're finally going to be cracking open this super cool little mystery box. Which right now the plan is chat, let people filter in, get their butts in here, get so excited, open up this bad boy, and then we're gonna watch the Tim Keefe video together. Sabretooth days. You might know some of it. I don't know how old what's in here is, because I'm pretty sure that like the oldest old cards like don't really exist, from what I understand. This is probably somewhere kind of like in the middle of like the UFS era, but it's hard to say. I imagine it's maybe what was one of the worst selling sets, actually, because I would wager that whatever is sitting in here is probably something that Miles has a ton of just lying around. So maybe Mega Man, maybe Dark Stalkers. Who knows? I don't even know what existed back then. All I know is that there's a bunch of fighting games. Mega Man got involved at some point, and there's a thing called Red Horizon, which is Jasko's own thing. That's basically all I know about old Jasko. Oh, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I do know about Buffy. I've seen the Buffy stuff. I've seen it all. I've witnessed. Set 1 Red Horizon? Set was overprinted to hell? Maybe. He's cooking. I don't know. I hope it's something with, what's the guy that Miles likes from? The guy with the hat? The red and white guy? Terry? What is he from? Is that, King of Fighters? I know it's not Street Fighter. Or at least I'm pretty sure it's not Street Fighter. Is it King of Fighters? I think that's what the guy Miles likes is from. I feel like such a heathen. Right now. Miles, if you're watching, I'm sorry for this slander. This Terry slander. It's really not slander. I'm just stupid. It's not King of Fighters? What the heck is Terry from? I don't want to look it up. King of Fighters is so hard to get. Oh, it is King of Fighters, but that's not what's in here because it's hard to get. That makes sense. That would make sense. I don't know. I've actually never heard of King of Fighters before UFS, Universus, MHA, CCG. Never heard of that IP. Never heard of it. Those sets were underprinted, so we'd be surprised there was a box in there. We might be super surprised, man. Who knows? And it's gonna be all surprises to me because I have literally no idea. You know, you could tell me exactly what was in here and it would mean almost nothing to me. It would mean almost nothing to me. Man, I like how my chat on screen like doesn't update, and then all of a sudden everything comes in at once sometimes, but only sometimes. Like those last 2 messages just came in at like the same time. It's really weird. Maybe it's a streaming on YouTube OBS thing. I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of like latency with it. Either way, it's pretty funny. It is pretty funny. All right, I need to get a weapon. I need to get a weapon, guys. Ugh. Have it, boys. It's weapon. What weapon is this today? Oh, this could be the new one. This could be the new Toga one from the class reunion box. What is it called? The little 3 mid for 3. Throwing knife lunge? Strike? I feel like it's not lunge. We already have dual needle lunge. It would be weird to give Toga 2 weapon attacks that both end in lunge. But maybe they did. I don't know. This is why I don't design the cards. I wish I had a butterfly knife. I used to have a butterfly knife because when I was like, it is throwing knife lunge, they just double lunged us up. That's messed up, man. It's messed up, bro. When I was like 12, I cosplayed the spy from Team Fortress, and so I had the prop butterfly knife. I used to be able to do all the little tricks and stuff, but now I suck. These fingers, they just handle cards now. No more knives. It's not my forte. I actually have like an insanely low amount of dexterity in my fingers. I can shuffle a deck of cards and like pitch them for poker, but when it comes to like actual like artistry or like throwing yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it at all. It just does not happen for me. All right, guys. I think it's about time. I think it's about time to dig into this bad boy. So I'm going to bring my keyboard up here. Normally I go over here on the table, but I wanted to get the better lighting because my ring light's up here. So when I do like stuff over here on the table, the lighting gets really weird. So we're gonna be over here. We're gonna be in the excuse me. We're gonna be in the webcam play view. Click. All right. That doesn't look too bad. I'm down to clown. It's a nice solid little view. Look at that, boys. Oh God, thanks for taking your gaming from ordinary to legendary. Before we truly get into this, guys, please go do me a big favor. And if you have any current card game needs, be it Universus or any of the other things that they carry, man, go check out Legendary Wolf Games. This is not like sponsored or anything. I did not sign a contract. Nothing crazy going on here. Miles just thought this would be a really fun thing to do with me, and please go support him in his business because he's a super duper sick guy. He's got a super duper sick family, and they're all very dedicated to this game in an almost unparalleled fashion. I am unbelievably excited to go and see the new Legendary Wolf Games store. They're doing super duper big things right now, and it just makes my little card game heart very happy. I think I have the link to their site in the description. I do have the link in their site description. Yeah, bro, Sun Eater's in here. Miles sent me Sun Eater. All right, the throwing knife lunge is lunging. Let's see, is that enough? The shipping label is cut away from me. Gotta cut away from me. I'm a failure. I'm a weapons failure, man. All right, make sure it's on screen. Maybe I can zoom out a little bit. It won't be like the whole mat anymore, but we can do a little something here. Just a little something. You're gonna have to Omar, you're gonna have to find a new joke when Sun Eater actually comes out, man. You're gonna have to find a new joke. All right, boys, what is it? What is it, guys? Hedge your bets. Hedge your bets, boys. Yum. Levi brand iced coffee. Where are the naysayers? Where are the naysayers? That's the guy. That's the guy. It's the guy. It's him. It's Miles Tyler. Also, so it's a really funny story is when I set this a bit aside right here because there's obviously a little something else in here. So these are the symbol pins. For those of y'all who do not know, these got made a very long time ago back in Oldhead land, and they were originally for a bunch of symbol pin tournaments. They originally for a ton of symbol pin tournaments out there, and they had all the symbols made, and basically you would go to the tournament and then you'd play in it, and if you topped or won or whatever, you would get the symbol for that tournament. But this was like right before COVID. So COVID hit. I want to say this is what happened. COVID hit, and then they didn't finish the whole run for all of the symbols. They only got half of them done, and that half you can actually go to the Jasco Games website right now and buy them. You can buy half of these pins on that website. They had patches. Holy cow! I need some patches. I did not know they had patches. And so the six that you can buy on the website are Fire, Order, Void, Life, Good, and Evil. I think those are the 6 that you can buy on the website. And I didn't even know the other 6 existed. I just figured they didn't exist. So I bought the 6 that were on the website, and it made me sad because my personal 3 symbols are Air, Chaos, All. I wanted to own Levi's symbols, right? And I just didn't know the others existed. And then when I went to the HLC, when I went and worked the HLC, LWG had their booth there, and they had all of them. And I was like, what the heck? The rest of these exist? I had no idea. These existed. And so I happily bought up the whole freaking set with those at their booth, and then I promptly put Air, Chaos, and All on my backpack. I was like, this is the Levi 3-dot backpack now. I have like 3 different character designs for myself. My two consistent symbols are All and Chaos. Air is what I rotate into for Levi 3. And so I quickly put all 3 of those on my backpack. And then my Chaos symbol pin fell off. And I messaged Miles and I said, please let me throw money at you or something. I need a new Chaos pin. I'm incomplete right now. And the actual legend sent a new one within this beautiful bad boy package. Holy cow. But guys, that's a very small portion of what we're here to talk about. What we're truly here to talk about is this thing right here. Holy cannoli. So this is the one you guys said is really hard to get, right? This one you say, oh my goodness, just feeling like the saran wrap for this. It feels so old. Holy cannoli, man. Holy cow. The King of Fighters 13 booster display UFS 17. So 2017? Is that what it is? 2017? Is that when this came out? Holy cow. This display contains 24 booster packs of 10 cards each for the King of Fighters CCG. Use these booster packs to train any fighter in the Universal Fighting System. Take steps towards becoming the ultimate Universal Fighter. That's me right here. Oh no, I see it now. The King of Fighters 2012. Copyright, patent pending, etc., etc. 2013 Jasco Games. This is from 2012? Holy cow. This is from 2012. That's a long time ago, guys. That's like a solid decade ago. Holy cow. Holy cannoli. I have so many questions and none of the answers. Oh, look at these old logos, man. It's amazing. So, who's that? She's super cute. Who is that? We know who that is. And who's that? He's not very cute. He's not very cute at all. Alright guys, holy cannoli, let's get right in this bad boy. I'm gonna dig in. So if it was not obvious, I'm not an old head. Not an old head by any means. I started playing the game with MHA from essentially day one. I hit the ground running. Hit my booster boxes at my local game shop on day one. Yuri was the girl. Is she not anymore? What happened to her? She was? So I don't really know anything of what's going on here. I can still send in these packs for redemption. I don't think I want to, man. I think I want to keep these packs. Are there like any valuable cards in this set? Are there cards that like people pay money for to this day? Not cute one is Andy, Terry's brother. Terry has a brother? Holy cow. That's Terry's brother? Oh my god, the lore. The lore. Oh, 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 oh. What the heck is this? We got a loose one, boys. We got a loose one. What the heck is this, guys? What's going on here? Is it this one? Whoa. 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 Oh, I'm just gonna have to zoom in, I think. I'm just gonna have to zoom in on her. Ash? She looks cool. She looks cool. What we got here? 6 hand size, 27 health, air, death, and evil symbols. Form commit. Add up to 2 mid attacks from your card pool to your momentum. Only playable once per turn. That doesn't seem balanced at all. Enhance, discard 1 momentum. Your attack gets 1 damage and 1 speed for each enhance your opponent has played this enhance step. Playable while committed. That seems fairly balanced. That doesn't seem insane. That doesn't seem crazy. Double check the gender stat on Ash. Oh, this is a man. I'm learning many things. Okay, but like you can't blame me, right? That's like, I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. It was different times back then. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, it's like the Punisher meme. No. Oh man. No, I did know about the little info stats. I actually am really sad that these left for MHA. I get that it's just like even more text, even more like complicated text on these already really wordy, complex cards compared to other games. Like I get that, like, you know, overload is a thing, but I don't know, man. I liked these stats, and there's definitely a lot of things in MHA that they could play around with this. Like there could definitely be, like, they have the blood type, man. Imagine like you're making the MHA card game where Stain is one of your main villains, and you take blood type off of your character cards. Cringe. Hate it. I can't do it. Oh my goodness, man. This box feels ancient. All right, well, you guys are gonna have to let me know if I pull any crazy daisy ones, okay? Let me know if I pull any crazy daisy ones. What are even the ratios, man? Oh my god, these packs feel large. Oh man, they're like, dude, these packs are weird. These packs just feel weird. Oh my goodness. We got the redemption skull though, boys. Was King in King of Fighters 1? Who knows? Is that what this is? This is King of Fighters 1? But it says like 13. It's like 13. How many King of Fighters sets were there? Oh man, there's not even a tear tab. I don't understand. Oh, what is the best way? Man? Do I just take the old scissors strat? Ugh. This is the scariest strat ever. I don't want to do this. This is paranoia. Paranoia incarnate. But I think it's what we have to do. Cards aren't as good of quality. Interesting. All right. Oh my god, look, it's Terry. Right away, it's Terry. Holy cow. So we got Power Wave. So like, I'm not gonna go through and read like every single card, but I need y'all to help me out, chat. If I go through like anything crazy, you know, like shout out, be like, hey, go read that, Levi, right? So we got Power Wave. Oh man, I can instantly feel it. Holy cow. I'm not gonna be like rough with it, but holy cow, yeah, this is like, it just looks thin. I don't know. Let me get like a prevalent example. Okay, that's what I figured, that the 13 was just the game itself. Let me get my citywide crisis here. See if you can kind of just like see see the difference. The top one is just like visibly thicker. My Citywide Crisis is just like visibly thicker. Also, guys, look how amazing this card looks. Oh my goodness. This card's so beautiful. This card's so beautiful, guys. So, you know, we start talking about Stain, how to bust that weapon out. Man, what does it even do? Ranged combo punch. Your opponent may not play an attack as a reversal to this attack. Combo E, your opponent adds 1 card from the discard pile to their card pool. Okay, combo punch. It's like a balanced, I don't know what it is. I was gonna say like a balanced tongue whip, but it's not really like a balanced tongue whip. It's like a very bad tongue whip, but tongue whip is kind of insane. We got violent, yeah. Oh Lord, what is this? Is the pack lady. This is Yuri. Ryuinbu. Okay. Your opponent may not play an attack as a reversal to this attack. Can you just not reversal King of Fighters? Is that what's going on? Oh, is it a 0 mid? Oh my god, it is a 0 mid. Holy cow. It sure is a 0 mid. Whoop. It sure is a 0 mid. On the contrary, this card doesn't even have a block. What the heck? After a card is removed from the game due to an effect, draw a card by committing it. Iori-E, lose 1 vitality. Lose 1 vitality. Wait, this is not... Oh, yeah, the pack lady is not the side lady. Yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right. The pack lady is not the side lady. Oh my god. Levi sexist confirmed. I'm getting canceled, boys. There it is. Okay. Got that card, which also has a +0 mid block. What the heck? Vengeful Intentions. We got, whoa. Kuga? Also has no block. 4 mid for 2. What the heck? Speed cannot be reduced. First E, commit a card in their staging area. Yeah, okay, that's... Wait. Commit 1 card in your opponent's staging area? This can commit their character? This can commit their character? What? I thought that was sacred. Oh no. Oh no. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. We're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. Holy cow. That's crazy. I would expect that to like check a 2, but it just doesn't. It just doesn't. we just do that here. Okay, heck yeah. Snowboarding enthusiast? Who the heck is this? Holy cow. Maybe standard, maybe I was too harsh on you. After your non-throw mid-attack deals damage, choose a foundation, just pile, add it to your hand. That's quite strong. That's quite strong. Different times heard, man. Action hero? This is pretty cool. That's a really, really big ability. That is a lot of words for one ability. Before your opponent makes a check to play a reversal, if you've revealed an attack from your hand as part of a cost this combat phase, they must discard 1 card to play that reversal. Okay, so this is like a very character-specific thing, kind of. If you have revealed an attack card from your hand as a cost. Yeah, that sounds like a very character-specific thing. I hope we get this character. Oh, okay, hang on. Now, this is a Levi card right here. There's a Levi card right here. Old ladies man? Whoa. Oh, in your card pool, it's 3/5. No block. It's pretty good words though. Those are pretty good words. Okay. We got Nimble Assassin. Once again, maybe I was too... Dude, like none of these cards have blocks. Holy cow. I mean, let's just look at it. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards with no blocks and 3 cards with blocks so far. Holy cow. Oh my god. Before reading these cards is gonna... I got my freaking reading glasses on, bro. Holy cow. Before you make a control check to play a mid attack, that check gets minus X. If you pass that check, your next check to play a mid attack gets plus X. What is X though? What is X? I'm so confused. What is X? It doesn't tell me what X is. Before you make a check, that check gets minus X. If you pass that control check, your next check gets plus X. But what is X? Remove this foundation from the game. After you fail a check to play a mid, add that attack to your hand instead of discarding it. Your combat phase does not end? What the hell is happening right now? Wait, whatever you want? Oh. Okay. Okay. I guess that makes sense. You minus it by whatever you want. Oh, and then you fail it. If you have another one though, right? Because it's not playable while committed. I'm understanding. I understand the sauce now. And this is our last card, so I guess it's our good one. What is this thing? I can't pronounce that, man. Oh lord. Hien Hoho Kyaku? Kyaku? Hien Hoho Kyaku? I'm pretty good at this, huh? Kick stun 2. Ooh, it's a kick. Desperation E. Okay, so desperation. I know that desperation is yo, hang on. Gets multiple 2. Whenever a multiple hits, heal 2. Wow, holy cow. So I know desperation is when you're at half or below half. But what does it actually do? What does it actually do? No, this is the last card. This is the last card in the pack. This is our rare, right? Says it down there. Says it down there. Running other versions of your starting character. Yeah, because you can stack them. Makes sense. So I think desperation just makes it only ultra rares are shiny. Okay. Does desperation make it cheaper? I think. Someone told me this a long time ago. So you can only use this when you're in debt. Oh, okay. So it doesn't actually do anything? It's just a condition. It's just a condition. Okay. Makes sense to me. You guys have enlightened me. Oh, okay. I think I must have seen a bunch of abilities that that make the check lower and just kind of assume that that's what it did. All right, boys. Our gauntlet continues. We're going to start with Terry once again. Getting a ride. Destroy this foundation. Return the attack to printed speed, playable while committed. Hey, wait a second. we just talked about this one. Oh, this one doesn't remove though. And it checks a 5. It doesn't have like the dumb effect though, right? Or does it? What's our other effect? Before the block step, return to printed damage. Okay, so it does have a dumb effect. This seems like a good card. Seems like quite a good card. V Slasher. Reveal the top. If it's a fire and good card plus 2 damage, I like that. That's pretty cute. That's a little adorable. Who's this character? She looks cool. I like her hair. Brash and aggressive. There was a card inspired by getting a ride. Yeah, that's the Russia card. For Mother Russia, is it? I just know that when Citywide got revealed, Kyle Wright sent some kind of Russian card in the chat and was like, yo, they brought this back. Leona is her name? I hope we pull Leona. She's awesome. After you discard 1 or more momentum, +1/+1. Seems cool. Oh, so this is cool. I think this is the first time we've seen the 4+. So this means that you make a check for that number, right? I actually really like that design space. I think it's like, I kind of understand why it didn't make its way into MHA, but I don't know. I like that it just kind of like, I don't know. It lets you make more spammy abilities by actually putting some kind of condition on them in a sense. I don't know. I don't really know how. I never really asked any of the old heads how they feel about, the make a check cost not really coming back. Okay, if we don't pull Leona, I'll have to look up what she does then if you're hyping it up like that. Elegant Kunoichi. After tech deals 4 more, gain 1. Commit +2 speed, -2 damage. That's pretty nice. It's pretty nice, you. Yo, Death Row. Holy cow. Combo mid attack. Discard a momentum. +2 speed. Interesting. Okay. Seems okay. Oh, I guess it's for the for the, I don't know. There's a lot of mid-attack stuff. I like check costs. Yeah. I think the check costs are kind of cool. Like, maybe like what happens when we live in the world where both Jiro responses say check a 5, right? Or even check a 4. But also, like, you know, I don't know. It's interesting. Like, is that like a good justification, or does that just mean that they shouldn't design abilities like that, right? They should just design more properly costed abilities. Maybe. Shigaraki 3 is definitely getting this player base used to making extra checks. Discriminated by gender. Oh no, it was a different time. We can't wait. Oh my goodness. It's like the way they've lined this up looks so weird, but this is gender female enhance commit for stun 1. Just the way that's lined up looks so strange. After your kick attack deals damage, turn yo, hang on. Turn one of your opponent's foundations face down. That card is considered a foundation with a blank text box. Not flip it. Turn it face down. This makes me giddy, man. No, not Samurai. Shiranui training. After this is committed, +1 speed. Oh, midnight stocks with no midnight symbols. Love to see it. Love to see it. Coda stocks. There's Action Hero. Again, there is Astute Observer. This foundation cannot be destroyed by your opponent's effects. Pretty cool. It just took a while to call that flip. Yeah, that's pretty funny. What does this do? First form, commit, discard a card, draw a card. Well, that's nice. After one of your foundations is destroyed, add a foundation from your discard pile to your staging area ready? Yo, what? What? I'm sorry, what? For just a commit costs? Oh my god. Don't destroy foundations, dummy. You put you put cards in your deck that destroy foundations, dummy. You specifically made the flip wording change. I didn't know that you led design for a bit, Tim. What the heck? Holy cow. And my last card is Muay Thai Prodigy. Oh man, this is I hope no one's clipping me pronouncing any of these names, because this has got to suck. I'm like a professional weeb too, is the worst part. 1 damage for each card in the card pool. Seems cool. Wait a minute, is this a common? Oh, this is my rare. Oh, okay. I messed up at some point. Because this is the rare. Makes sense to me. And you guys go here. I was like, what the heck? Where's my not shiny rare? How dare you? How dare you, old Jasco? Did Miles invent the EX keyword? Huh. You know, we might learn about that in today's video. We might learn about that. We just might. Holy cow. Hey, look, there she is again. Leona's Orochi Blood. What the heck does this do? Form commit. Your fire and good attacks get 1 damage for the rest of this combat phase. Holy cow. Destroy for +2 speed. Oh, I'm sorry, for -2 speed. Oh, and then you can give it +2 speed. Well, that's crazy. That's a sick card. It's not first form? You can do multiples of these? That's crazy. Or, I'm sorry, several of these, not multiple. Multiple is a different thing in this day and age. This is so cool, man. Dynamite Wrath Punch? Let me zoom in a little more if I'm going to do everything like this. Reveal an attack from your hand. If this is not completely blocked, your next punch gets 3 speed. Holy cow. That's a lot of speed. Oh, it's a 1 mid, though. Okay. Tiger Kick. There's a tiger guy? I love tigers. I'm Year of the Tiger. They have none in pool, draw a card. Seems okay. So the teams in King of Fighter all shared 2 symbols, and the foundation supported the shared symbols. Oh, okay. The teams, I like it. Former rivals? Oh man, the flavor. Look at this. The blood boiling. The passion. The blood boiling. Commit for +3 damage. Only playable if you've discarded a card from your opponent's pool. Which one of them does that? This guy? Or this guy? Is it Lil Mac right here? Or is it Master Miyamoto? Which one of them? Holy cow. Super Argentine Backbreaker. Oh, it's a throw. It's a throw that gives itself damage. That's spooky. If it deals damage, well, it probably will, right? Oh man! Freeze something, but you don't freeze it. You choose a committed foundation and it does not ready during their next ready step. Man, this is funny. This is super funny. To be fair, we didn't have that until very recently in MHA. So maybe whoa. Hey, that's me. Plays with knives? That's me. He's just like me. For real, for real. For real, for real. Remove a card in your card pool from the game. That's pretty good. 1 damage. Only playable if you revealed a card from your hand as part of a cost. Oh, we kind of saw that earlier, right? What was the one that did that earlier? That's Action Man, right? Action Hero? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? I must know. Can we just make a Stain 3 that's this guy? He plays with knives. Seems okay to me. Self-proclaimed legend. Oh god. Gender male enhance. Looks so weird. I saw this and I just started reading Gunhead Martial Arts. 1 card from their discard pile to their pool as just a commit? That's messed up. That is messed up, man. Not cool, bro. Discard a momentum, commit a card in your opponent's staging area? That seems okay. That seems okay. His name is Raph. Oh, that's the... we saw him earlier. That's Little Mac. I called him Little Mac just a little bit ago. Then we got Powerful Assassin. This is a 2/5 with no block? Good lord. This is a... Can I show this? Can I show this on YouTube? Am I getting a flag for this? This is a... Lose 2 vitality after your opponent plays an attack not as a block. If your opponent has 0 momentum, draw 1 card. That seems pretty cool. Seems pretty nice. We pay to draw a card in MHA format. We do that a lot. We get excited for blood around here. Choose a foundation in your staging area, add it to your hand. Okay. Interesting. 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 And oh my god, we finally got a character. We got Clark. This guy looks like a total Chad. This guy looks like a total Chad. This is educational. There we go. There we go. There we go. This guy looks... oh my god. This is like Duke Nukem meets Johnny Bravo meets Rambo. I can see like the oil glistening off of this guy's skin. After you take damage, commit one of your opponent's foundations and draw a card. It's pretty intense. I mean, he's a 5-hander though, so makes sense. Makes sense, but that is pretty nuts. Wait, oh, you get to pick what it is? Oh, that. Okay, this is no longer fair. This is no longer fair. Oh no, Tim, no, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. First, eat committed foundation. This gets so damage for each card in your hand, maximum 4. Yeah, this does seem pretty dumb. This does seem pretty dumb. Raph, Clark, and Leona. Raph is the spiky-haired guy, and Leona's the hype girl. Okay, yeah, we've seen the team. Yeah, dude, this guy seems crazy. This guy seems nuts. This could not exist in MHA format. I don't think this could exist. This is ridiculous. This is crazy daisy. This is crazy daisy. Holy cow. And then our rare is Vulcan Punch. Combo E. Your opponent. Wait. Your opponent discards half the number of cards in their hand, rounded down. If they have more cards in their hand than you do, they discard those cards at random instead. What? What? Wow. That seems nuts. Is it just me? That seems nuts. I don't know, man. This does not seem okay. He just played throws and said count to 34, but oh, because he can pump. Yeah, he certainly does not say non-throw. Dang, what a degenerate character. My throws just all get like 3 or 4 damage. Do 34 through this ridiculous response. Build for 18 years. Yeah, man. That's pretty degenerate. That's pretty darn degenerate, man. Holy cow. They random discard instead of... Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. That's pretty messed up. Huh. Huh. There it is. Alright. Let's continue this. Oh my god. What is this? 203 Shiki Suchi Subaki. Oh my goodness. Who named these cards, man? Desperation 4. Okay, so Desperation 4 means if you're at Desperation, it costs 4 instead, right? And it has a combo with a Desperation? Holy cannoli. Choose a card in your card pool. It gets a damage bonus equal to the Desperation rating on the chosen card. Oh, okay, this is just Desperation the deck. How very. How very. Accomplished Grappler? Oh, hey, it's that guy. It's the dude. Is that my... Oh, you guys just call this S and K? Is that what it is? Oh, no? Oh, excuse me. Average Foundation is committed due to your opponent's effect. -1 damage, -1 speed. Minimum 1? Oh, so it can't go to 0 damage or 0 speed. Okay. After you play your second attack, draw a card. It's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good card right there. The Hungry Wolf. It's the legendary wolf. Oh my god. It's him. He's hungry. Oh, S&K is the company that makes King of Fighters. Oh, they named the cards. Okay. I understand now. The brain connected it all. Your attack gets a speed if there are no cards in your opponent's card pool. That seems okay. Seems okay. He did be eaten though. Bro, I like this one right here. She's like, oh heavens, oh heavens. She's like, oh, he kind of cute though, you know? It's like, that's like the whole like, hey, my homie back there thinks you're kind of cute. Finally, a bad card. Yeah, it seems like very moderate compared to everything we've seen. Tornado Kick, 95, +2 damage for each card in your opponent's card pool. Oh god, oh god, the trauma. The trauma. Tongue whip trauma. Tongue whip trauma. Kyokugen Disciple. +2 speed. If they have more foundations than you do, +2 damage as well. I like this says as well. How did that get decided? There's like like it could say your attack also gets 2 damage. Your attack gets +2 damage too. Like as well seems like the last part that I would have the last way of wording this that I would have arrived at. A negative gain? Uh-oh. 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 I don't know if I can show this either, guys. I don't know if I can show this either. Darn near 1 a PTC with the Terry card, the Hungry Wolf. I mean, it seems okay. It's not like a card that I would say. It's not a card that I would say, hey, don't put this in your deck. Throw combo high attack. After all multiple copies of this resolve, discard them from your pool? Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy cow. That's crazy. That's male on male? It is? Okay, we're just gonna continue. We're gonna continue. Ooh, ooh. There she is, boys. Hydern's Prodigy? Hyadern's Prodigy? I before E except after C? Ugh. Commit opponent's asset? That's so random. How random? How random? Interesting. And then you get to be Jiro sometimes. Seems cool. It's pretty gnarly. Oh yeah, sibling rivalry. Y'all did inform me that they were brothers. Oh shoot, it's an Omni block, boys. But it's a low. Okay, so not like an actual full Omni block. You can't stop high throws with this. It's pretty gnarly. And then you can wait. You just E-commit, put a thing in the pool? That's nuts. Joe could keep their pool empty and was a 7 hand size that did some stuff. So he played that spam and a speed version of that spam. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Makes sense. Assets were big in this set. Yes. Assets are very big in this set. Whoa. Kachosen? Kachosen? This is a 5 diff 4 mid for 4. It better be nuts. Okay, it has multiple. If it deals damage, the multiples get 3/3. Okay, okay. I understand now. I understand now. I understand now. And then, oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Guys. We did it! We pulled Miles Tyler. We did it! Enhanced discard. Okay, so I actually like kind of know what this card does because Miles has shown me this character card before. Discard a card from your opponent's card pool for plus X damage. X equals the control. You can just keep doing that. You just get to keep doing that. You sure do just get to keep doing that. And then you just build the stuff that you block with. It's pretty cool. I like this character. This character's cool. I don't know if he's good. I remember Miles telling me that he like wasn't super good, but he made it work type of thing. He was like it was a very like make it work type of vibe. Also, this is our rare. I thought that uncommon only characters was always a thing. I didn't know that. This card got banned in retro tournaments? Interesting. So were there any higher than rare characters? Are there ultra rare characters? Gatekeep? Gaslight, Gatekeep, Girl Boss? Gatekeep them all. Better be able to afford your $20 character. Little Jimmy. Little Timmy? Not that like Little Timmy was probably not ever playing this card game, right? Like that was probably just never happening. They were rare and ultra rare characters? Holy cow. I gotta go look at some ultra rare characters. I gotta do that. Sure you Dan. Monetary Gatekeep, hell yeah. Just put the top card into the pool. Gross, I hate it. Loving Sister. Gender female response. Gain 1 when I hit you. Seems cool. But if it's in your pool, your kicks get a speed. That's kind of gnarly. That's very cute. Gatling attack. Oh, there's the guy again. There's Mr. Clark. Yeah, just Clark. Just Clark. Check a 5 if your printed hand size is less than your opponent's. Add a card from your discard pile to your momentum face up. Holy cow. Selective. You get a free charged up. Holy cannoli. Holy cannoli. The human weapon. +1 damage if there's no cards in the pool. The incidental +1s. Oh, we got this thing again. We got the Shiki Suichi Tsubaki. Got the grappler again. Holy cow. Ooh. Young mercenary. Form. Dude, that's a huge knife. What the heck? That knife is massive. What in the actual world is happening? Good lord. Destroy Foundation. At the beginning of your next turn, the difficulty of attack cards cannot be modified. The difficulty of attack cards. Okay. Interesting. Destroy committed Foundation. Your opponent commits 1 card in their staging area. Ooh. So it's also frozen? That's pretty cool. Trained by the streets? Oh my god, bro. Bro, he's from the streets, dude. He's from the streets. Young Merc, world winning card? Interesting. I mean, I can see it. I can see it. I can understand, in a first dupes. Oh yeah, those were the first dupes. Discards a momentum. My deck died the next week because Young Mercs rotated? Did you just like have no other way of committing your rival's board? Or was the form just that important? So Breaker used to adjust the... Oh, okay. Breaker used to adjust the attack difficulty. Okay. I now understand. The world makes sense now. Trained by the streets. Oh. After your opponent plays an ability on a non-character card that would draw, they add 1 from their hand to their pool. That's really funny. I now understand what is happening here. Oh lord. Hakeshu of Death? First E, lose 2, add a card from momentum to hand. It's pretty cool. That player loses X vitality. X equals your momentum. Ooh, okay. That's cool. That's gnarly. That's dope. And then, oh shoot. Guess we got an asset. Grandmother's Hairpin. Response, destroy this asset. After you deal 5 or more damage, gain 3 vitality. Okay. 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 Enhance commit, your life and water attack gets 3 speed. If it deals damage, gain 2. That seems okay. Your life and water, so it has to have both. Okay. Okay. I mean, I'm into that. I'm into +3 speed. +3 speed is a thick number. A thick number to throw down. Yeah, still no shinies. Although, I mean, we're still only a few packs in, man. We're really we're really getting our lessons in so far. Nobody played Hairpin except this one guy in central New York. That's pretty funny. I mean, it seems okay. It's really hard for me to judge a lot of these cards, just based on my limited understanding. This is basically like Sam Tate's like Stud or Stinker, but like to the max. Got the Hungry Wolf once more. Tornado Kick once more. Disciple once more. Oh, the one that I'm gonna get flagged for once more. Leona's Blood once more. Man, Leona's cool. Dynamite. Wrath Punch. We have seen this. Okay, we have seen. Yo, wait a second. Wait a second. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. This seems familiar. We are taking our time. Yeah, man. I'm letting it all sink in. Was this card? So the only difference between this one and the MHA one is the block. Are the symbols different? I don't think they are, right? That card has water in MHA. It's not the same. Moving on. Is it not? Does that card not give speed? Am I crazy? Obviously, aside from the block mod. Yeah, it doesn't have a +4. I mean, they basically both don't have a block mod. Saw about as much play. Dang, okay. So it still stinks. Makes sense to me. Comfort in a bottle? Bro, dude, this guy makes me really uncomfortable. I do not like this guy's proportions. Makes me really uncomfortable. Discard a card, draw a card. If you revealed an attack, discard 2, draw 2 instead. Ooh. Ooh. Commit for latent skill? Seems okay. Seems okay. And we got, oh my god, we got Andy. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's a lot of words. Response, commit, discard the first card in your opponent's card pool. After your opponent plays an attack, reduce that attack's damage to 1. Okay. Okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, okay. Of his pure manliness? I don't think I want to be that manly, dude. That guy is wide. I mean, I'm already wide. I don't want to be that guy's level of wide. Discard a card from your opponent's card pool. Draw a card. Plus X speed. X equals the number of cards discarded from your opponent's card pool this combat phase. Okay. So he's like Super Sero. He's like Super Sero, but you got to discard a ton. Or Sero 2. Sero 2, I should specify. Sero 1 is a very relevant character. I do need to say Sero 2. Okay. Then we got, we got, for our rare, is Hidden Laughter. It just ignores progressive. That's cool. That's cool. Discard momentum, ready this foundation. Seems okay. Seems alright. I know that there's what's the standard version of Refreshing Slice? The one that we just got in MHA? I know there's that card. Are those even comparable? I don't know. I don't know. The art's cool though. She's like just like straight up chilling, bro. I like it. Straight up chilling. Oh, hang on. I gotta put this guy with the characters. Oh, hang on. I got my freaking piles mixed up now. Rares. Promo. Okay. Yeah, these are just characters. Powers Split. Hidden Laughter was a 4x in every aggro deck. You guys got to keep that much momentum? Or was it just because it ignored progressive? I mean, I can see both effects being very relevant. I can see it. There weren't so many zero divs back then. Oh, okay. It wasn't like MHA format where every relevant aggro deck has like 5 zeros that they can play with relevant text. Wasn't like that? That wasn't the world? Wasn't the world that we lived in? Ooh, okay. Got a new opener, boys. Limitless Strength. After this is committed during your attack's enhanced step, your attack is plus 3 damage? That's a lot of damage. That's a whole lot of damage, dude. That guy's swole as heck. Holy cow. Got a Power Wave again. We got Violent again. We got Ryunubu again. Wait, no. Have we seen this before? No. This. Oh wait, this is the pack. This is the pack. Yeah, we have not seen this before. There may be 5 zeros in the whole set. Holy cow. This card momentum can only be blocked by cards that share a resource symbol, and then you remove it? Holy cow. That's frightening. And it's got a +0? What the heck? No, wait, I think we have seen this one before. And did I just not go over it very much? Maybe. I could be bad. I could just be bad. Vengeful Intentions. If your non-throw attack deals damage, they just lose 2. Seems okay. Seems decent. Seems decent. Yeah, I think I just saw the +0 block and was like, oh cool, another one of those. And then like continued after that. Got this thing again that just commits the rival's character because we don't care. We don't care. Got Ladies Man again. Got Nimble Assassin again. We got okay guys, I didn't see it, but it's something shiny. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. We got Young Mercenary again. And we finally have something shiny, guys. And it is. Oh my god, it's her! It's Leona! It's whoa! Wait, what is that? What is that? Guys, what is happening here? Bro! She gets 8 of them! She gets 8 of those bad boys. At the beginning of your end phase, discard a card. Okay. After you commit 1 or more foundations in order to pass a control check, that attack gets +2 speed. Okay. Commit, your fire and good attack gets +3 damage. Yeah, I mean, those words are all cool, but 8. But you get 8 of them. Holy cow. This looks super cool though. Holy cannoli. This is awesome. Oh my god, I gotta sleeve her up, boys. The most balanced 8 hand size ever printed. I can see that. I can see that. I need my red sleeves. It like took me a second to realize, not my red sleeves, what the heck? It took me a second to realize the 8 hand size. Like I actually just did not realize it live because the card was so shiny. I was just like freaking out over us pulling a super duper shiny cool character card. Oh, she still got banned? That's funny. Holy cow. There it is, boys. There it is, boys. It's our ultra rare character. Freaking sweet. How many ultra rares do you get? That's our first shiny card, so it's our first ultra rare, right? Character you wrote? Who did you write? Tiger Kick. Dude, I love tigers. Former rivals. Okay. Super Backbreaker. Plays with knives. Getting a ride. V-Slasher. Did we see this? Reveal the top card. Yeah, okay. I think we did see this. Oh, okay. Hang on. What the heck is this? Oh my god. Hi. Kin 1211 Shiki Yaotome. Oh my god. Why would they do this? And then you have to read like the 8 million cards on the card. So you got Desperation 3, Desperation E, choose a card in your remove from game pile, plus X damage, X equals its desperation rating. Okay. After you play this card as an attack, Whoa. After you play this card as an attack, turn all face-down cards in your staging area face up. Remove all non-foundation cards turned up by this effect from the game. Okay. Okay. Unflip your stage? Trig? Dude, I can't do any trig. I don't know trig at all, bro. I can barely multiply, man. Actually, I can't multiply at all. I can only echo. I'm sorry, bud. Oh my god. Kopoken Training? If there are no cards in your opponent's card pool, it gets +2 speed. It's kind of nice. Checks a 4 though. Response, dude, this still just looks so funny to me, man. Response, turn this foundation face down. Loses all keywords? Holy cow. That's cool. Orders from Haydern. We've seen. Oh shoot! We got another ultra rare character. Holy cow! There she is, boys. It's Yuri. She's got the all symbol. She's instantly based. Instantly based. Enhance if your attack deals damage. Gain a vitality and gain a resource symbol of your choice until the start of your next turn. After your opponent plays their second non-foundation card this turn, search your deck for a card that shares 3 resource symbols with your character. Whoa. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You wanted to play 2 cards, dummy? Man, dude, search your deck is just like not a set of words that really exist in this game for me, at least when it comes to MHA format. This is crazy. That's crazy cool. Holy cow. Also, she's adorable. She's adorable. A resource symbol? One of the symbols. These guys right here. All life water. Those 12 deuterinos. Those 12 deuterinos. So could you like, since you can off symbol in standard, could you like, against certain, man, I guess you could, dude, that's crazy. That's like blowing my mind right now. Holy cow, gain a resource symbol. So you could play like a ton of cards that you normally just wouldn't be able to play. Jesus Christ. That character was probably a nightmare to build for. How freaking cool. What a dope character. Yeah, man, I'm getting my mind blown right now. This is 100% the desired effect. Got brash and aggressive. Got the elegant Kunoichi. I think we've seen this before. Death Row, we've also seen before. Muay Thai Prodigy. Limitless Strength. Yuri was a Nezu type. Yeah, immediately. Oh shoot, Arachnophobia. Yo. That spider's trying to go the distance. It's trying to go where no spider has gone before. Whoa, wait, what? 4? We only got one of those. We only just got one of those. Response commit, after you gain vitality, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an attack, add it to your hand and then draw a card? Oh my god. What the hell? What in the world? Okay. And destroy for +3 speed. Holy cow. That's crazy. Does also check a 4 though. Wowza. Hurricane Upper? We haven't seen this. Multiple 2 range. First eat, reduce this multiple rating to 0. Add a card from your discard power to momentum. That's cool. That's gnarly. Oh, we got another character. We got King. I like her bow tie. It's a cool bow tie. Oh, 7-hander? We're in. First form, gain a vitality. If you are at max, increase your max vitality by 1. That's so cool. I love that. That's actually so cute. Response, check a 5. After you play a kick attack, your opponent adds a card from the discard part of their card pool, not once per turn? Holy cow. And E, commit 1 damage for each card in the pool? Holy cow, dude. A character that plays kicks that can kill people? This is what MHA format needs. What if this was just Mirko? What if this was just Mirko? That'd be messed up. That'd be messed up. Only character who can increase her max vitality? That's really cool. That's really cool. That's super cool. And then it looks like our rare is Kuhadan. This card cannot be discarded from your card pool by card effects. It gets -1 difficulty for every 2 cards preceding it. Ooh, that's cool. That's cool. It's got multiple too. No block. No, that's it though. Like just 2 static effects. just 2 static effects. No enhances, no nothing, man. You just got 2 big old statics on you, buddy. That's really neat. That is very, very neat. We're gonna continue our journey into the fray. Oh, I didn't cut this one very well. Okay, it's okay. Whoop. Whoop. We got Violet. We got Rienbio. Vengeful Intentions. The commit your character thingy. Snowboarding. Shoryudan. Oh wait, this is new. Baltic Launcher. There she is. The girl. Discard a card. If it's blocked, you may add a copy of the deck from discard pile to your hand. It's a 0 mid. It's a 2 diff. Yo, what the heck? What the heck is cards? This card's going sicko mode right now. Oh my god. That's cool. That's gnarly. That is very cool. Irritable? Irritable? Desperation 1, dude. All this desperation, man. After you lose 2 or more vitality as part of a cost, gain 1 vitality to check a 5. Okay. Commit. Give your check +2 to play a desperation tech. That's cool. It's pretty cool. I'm into it. I'm into it. Cooking Frenzy? Is that her? That's Yuri, right? After attack deals damage, reveal the top card of your deck. If it shares 3, gain 1. That's cool. When you block with it, your character... Oh my god. When you block with this card, your character gains a resource symbol of your choice until the start of your next turn. You may... excuse me. You may put a card in your discard pile into your deck. Oh, so you can search it again? Nuts. That card was involved in some broken stuff. Irritable? I mean, I can see it. I can see how commit for +2 gets a little wild in. No, MHA was not my first card game. My first card game was Card Fight Vanguard. And then I also played Buddy Fight. And then I played the Transformers TCG. And then I never like actively played them, but I have played games of Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, and Pokemon. So, but technically MHA is like my 4th like real card game. And then our rare is Hakeshu of Light. Discard momentum. Your opponent discards 2 momentum. Your next gets +2/+2. That's a lot of things. That's a lot of things for your momentum to be doing, man. It's pretty gnarly. It's pretty coolio. Yeah. Were there ways to ready the thing to get like several +2s to your check? I can definitely see how that would result in some pretty busted stuff. Every game Levi touches dies? Yeah. Buddy Fight died, Transformers died. Vanguard like technically died 2 times. It's on its like 3rd reboot. It didn't really die though, they just kind of killed it. Snowboarding, Shoryudan, Loving Sister, Gatling, the Human Weapon. I love that name, man. The streets, bro. The streets raised him. They're like constantly improving again. And ooh, Stunning New Look is our rare. Form, commit, draw a card. Only playable if you are at max vitality. That's pretty funny. That's cute. Let's get Breaker. Water E, commit. Discard all cards from your card pool during your opponent's turn. Oh. That seems really good. Seems very good. Oh, the 2 diff? The 2 diff? I can definitely also see that. Find a way to clear your card pool and they just like go like pseudo infinite maybe? Pseudo infinite maybe? Now I'm building Yuri. Required by law. I'm gonna treasure all these character cards. I love these character cards, man. When I'm designing my own character cards for all my buddies, I'm going to use all these as inspiration. We're all about to be standard characters now, boys. We're all standard characters now, boys. Whoop. I think we've like gotten to the point where we've seen most of the commons, I think. Wait, are any of these uncommons? Yeah, okay. Well, oh well. We don't care about separating uncommons and uncommons in this house. Life, man, I hate the life symbol. Nothing against it. I just don't enjoy a life symbol. That's an MHA though. Could be very different. Very different in oh, we got Andy again. Okay. Into the character stack you go, Andy. Into the character stack. Ooh, acrobatic maneuvers. Is this the first action that we've gotten? Desperation 0, so it costs 0 if you're in desperation. Yeah, your opponent's mid block modifiers get +2 for the rest of this turn. If your character is mature, discard the card from your card pool. Is that the name of this character? Is that the name? Or is mature, is that a stat on the characters? That must just be the name, right? If your character is mature, yeah, it's capitalized, so it has to be. That's really funny. After your opponent plays a desperation ability, cancel its effects and your opponent discards their entire momentum. Oh my god. Oh wait, is that because like, is this the person that was like creeping behind the guy in that one foundation? The desperation guy, she was like creeping on him? Are they like rivals? Yeah. Wait, is that her? Is it creeping on the desperation guy? Is that what's going on here? Are they rivals? Lovers? Lovers to rivals? Is that what is this the lore? I'm learning so much, guys. I'm learning so much about this IP that I like didn't know existed. The lore, man. The blood boiling. The blood boiling. Bring it back out. We'll see mature later in the video. Well, that's scary. You're frightening me. Irritable is Ash? Oh, okay, so that's not who that is? Okay. They look similar. It's like I can't tell if the eye patch is there because the hair is covered. Although I guess it wouldn't be then, right? No point at that point, right? I might have seen every oh, never mind. We have not seen every common. Ruthless Woman? Holy cow, guys. This is once again, standard. Maybe I was too harsh on you. Maybe I was too harsh on you. After you play a mid attack, it gets +1 damage for a vitality. Desperation response. After your opponent plays an attack, reduce it to 0, the speed. If they have 0 momentum, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. We got Vice. Ooh, a chaos character. We love chaos characters. While you are at desperation, your opponent must discard a momentum as an additional cost to play action cards? Whoa. First form. Add the top card of your deck to your momentum, only playable if there are at least 3 attacks in your discard pile. Okay. Check a 4. Your chaos and evil attack gets +2 damage and +2 speed? What, seriously? Wow, okay. Desperation is a thing. Holy cow. Prodigy and Unbridled Instinct is our rare. Commit, this gets X damage, X equals the desperation rating. Desperation, bro. Remove this card from the game. You may play desperation abilities on cards in your staging area as though you are at desperation for the rest of this enhanced step. Okay. This is the one that makes it work. This is the one that makes it work. I understand now. Iori, Vice, and Mature are on the evil team. That would line up with what we've seen so far. I think you're on the right track. You're on the right track, Scoob. This is so much fun. This is a blast. This is a very, very enjoyable time. Very, very enjoyable time. Whoa. Man, card looks so cool that I keep thinking that we haven't seen it before. Oh, was that something shiny? Did you guys see it? I think. Oh, that's pretty shiny. Yo, wait. 7? For 7? It's a 2-check? Oh. Vice's Awaking? Vice's Awaking Blood. Shouldn't it be Awakening? Awaken is not a word, right? Or am I just a fool? Am I just a fool? I truly don't think that that's a word. Vice first enhance, discard 3 momentum. Destroy all foundations in both players' stages. Only playable if you played at least 2 other attacks. Okay. Holy cow. Add X cards from your momentum to your staging area face down. Those cards are foundations with a blank text box. Wow. So you're like, pay 3 momentum, nuke both of our stages, and then any more momentum I have, we're gonna build it. That's spooky. That's super cool. Space limitation? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like if they're down to put some of these other names on here, I've seen some pretty loco names on here, man. If they drew the line at Awakening, I don't know, bro. I don't know, man. I'm not here to judge old Jasco, though. I'm just here to appreciate the bizarre fruits of their labor. The bizarre fruits of their labor. Oh, no. Susan? Don't look at that one, Susan. Don't look at that one, Susan. Yo, Bunny Guts. Thank you for subscribing, man. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard, my friend. We got Clark. Ooh, discriminated by gender. Ooh, my? There it is, boys. There it is. Response after attack deals 4 or more damage, gain 2 vitality. Ooh, cool. Commit, your attack gets +3/+3. That's fat. Very simple, but I mean, a fat move is a fat move, man. And that's our rare too. Holy cow. Yeah, I think it's my 3rd ultra rare because I have the blood and the 2 characters. All these characters, man. These characters are adorable. Oh, this pack was in there upside down. Oh wait, no, I put it in upside down. This character wasn't great, but I loved her. Yeah, you know, I really can't put my finger on it, but I like her too. I really don't know why. I can never figure it out. I could never guess. I could never guess what the reasons would be. Got Death Row, Strength, Power Wave. I feel like we've seen every common. Maybe there's an uncommon we haven't seen yet. Tough and Cool? Wait a second. Cool and Tough? No. Tough and Cool. Model new player aggro character? Made some top cuts? Yeah, I can see that. After this is committed during your attack's in hand step +2 speed, makes sense. During the block step of this attack, choose a random card in your momentum and reveal it. You get to block with it if it's got a block. That's cool. That's pretty cool. This is like the new provisional foundation, the Twice in Toga one, the Dream of the Reward. That's cool. I love blocking for my momentum. Imagine this got played, especially if you like play this guy with like throws, because then you get to block with your throws. It's messed up. The 3rd version was so weird. There's 3 Mai's? Well, I guess if there were 3 King of Fighters sets, that makes sense, right? That's what you guys told me? There were 3 King of Fighters sets? It makes sense to me. Oh. Loving Sister. There it is. Oh. Burn Knuckle. Burn Knuckle is our rare. Its damage cannot be reduced. That's cool. Check a 4. If it's blocked, your opponent loses... They lose health to their block mod? That's funny. That's cute. That's coolio. Seems degenerate. And it can kill them? That's funny. Was that normal for lose health effects to be able to kill people? Was that a normal thing in UFS? Because I know that's like really rare in MHA. I know it's really rare in MHA. Ooh, this is new, right? Orders from Hayden. After this foundation is committed, your attack gets +2. Okay. Destroy this foundation. Choose an attack in your opponent's card pool. It may not be removed from the card pool. Playable while committed. Interesting. Interesting. Please, we need this. we needed this during Asui hell, man. Arachnophobia and Venom Shot is our rare. That's king, right? Yeah, the bow tie. Whoa, it's a 6 diff? 4 low for 5? That sucks. Stun 3? Okay, that doesn't suck. Stun 3 does not suck. Discard a card plus X damage equals the control. Okay, that does not suck. the 4 low for 5 instantly became very, very different after it stun 3'd and then gained a bunch of damage. I was now not unimpressed by it. We have 6 packs left, and one of them is backwards. Love it. And upside down. Love it. And I'm still supposed to have 3 ultra rares left. It's getting intense, boys. We're getting down to the wire. Before we hit these last 6 packs, I've got to go to the little Levi's room. I'm gonna bring my new son in though, to keep you guys company. Here he is, boys. The best boy. I have returned. Yeah, this is getting hype, man. This is getting pretty freaking coolly. How do you guys like my beetle, bro? This guy's kind of dope, huh? Big old stag beetle. It's pretty epic. I got him from this this Canadian website. And they like hand make all of these insect plushies. It's kind of epic. It's kind of freaking sweet, man. I love bugs so much. That's like the one thing, man, is I wish that MHA had a cool bug character. I just want to play a cool bug deck. That's like, I play a bug deck in every card game that I ever play. The Slasher, Rash and Aggressive, Elegance, Death Row, Prodigy, Strength, Hurricane Upper, another King, and a Baltic Launcher, and I think I see a shiny, guys. Whoo! Screw Straight. Ooh. Screw Straight. It's a 5/3, 5 mid for 5. Your opponent may not play an attack as a reversal to this attack. Okay, seen tons of that. It gets powerful X. X equals 3 minus the number of cards in your opponent's card pool. Interesting. Interesting. That seems okay. I play Smythe in Wizards Era Pokemon TCG. I don't even know what that is. Is that a Pokemon? Smythe? I don't know like anything past Diamond and Pearl. If that gives you any context to my Pokemon knowledge. That's pretty much where my my understanding of things stops. Don't remember much from Pokemon. I'm pretty sure we've seen every common and uncommon at this point. Whoop. Born in the USA. Certified American Man right here. After you block with this card, you may play one punch attack from your hand as a reversal, following all restrictions and paying all costs. That seems sick. You have to block with this +4 mid, but that's sick. Commit to give 3 damage if it's our first attack. It's pretty cool. It's pretty gnarly. I like it. I just love the art. the art and the pose, man, is so good. The art, the pose, the name, the flavor. Literally know nothing about this IP, but I can appreciate a lot of this flavor. How many, man? So it's 13. There were 13 King of Fighters games. How does the series have 13 games of, and I've never heard of it? Like, actually how? Actually how? Oh, another action. Strategic taunt. It has the taunt keyword. Makes sense. After you block with this card, all other attacks get -2 damage for the rest of this combat phase. Remove this during the end phase. Oh, that's Ruthless Mockery? Because taunt? Okay. Okay. I see. I see. I understand. I understand why Ruthless Mockery, the taunt card, has half of this ability. That's funny. Oh, there weren't actually 13 of them? Wait, there's more than 13? Well, I'm getting mixed signals now. Remove this card from the game, change the zone of your attack, and give it +1 damage, +2 speed. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. That's really funny. Yep, I definitely understand why Ruthless Mockery has that ability now. That's cool. So 2 of these should be ultra rares? Holy cow, man. They really brought it down to the wire here. Miles sent the good box, boys. He sent the hype box. He sent the hype box. Huh, 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 huh. Whoa, Raph. Oh my god, he's got a lot of words on him. Let's zoom on in, boys. Form, commit 1 foundation, reveal a block card in your hand. For the rest of the turn, after you play an attack that shares at least 2 symbols with your character, it gets X damage. X equals 4 minus the block mod. Okay. That seems good. That seems quite good. You have to play attacks that share 2 symbols with your character, but your attacks just get... Oh, he commits a foundation, not himself. So you can do this multiple times. Oh, sorry, only playable once per turn. Imagine if I read the card. Imagine. First E commit, that commits himself. Your opponent discards their entire hand and draws up their printed hand size -1. What? What? That's cool. That's cool. And be like, hey, bud, you been sculpting there? You been sculpting there, bud? I don't think so. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, there's a lot of word. My brain read like 4 sentences and then it was like, I'm checking out now. I'm checking out of this ability. Yeah, anti-sculpt, it's pretty dang cool. So these should both be ultra rares, if the number 6 is correct. The number 6 is correct. Yeah, that does seem really annoying. Then he just gets like a bunch of damage for free. I like a bunch of damage for free. Yeah, I mean, that's like the only time you would play it, right? Is during your opponent's turn? Unless you know that they, I don't know, like you somehow know that they have like all of the best defensive cards ready for your cheeks. Does seem cool. Player kick, former rivals, knives, another Clark, discriminated by gender, Shiranui training, and oh, is that a green card? Yo, Yori's guitar? The man's got bass, bro. Holy cow. He's got bass. Let's see what this thing does, man. Well, Desperation 1, Iori only. unique. So you just can't play this card if you're not this guy. You just can't play it at all? Okay. E-commit, lose 2 vitality, reduce this attack's damage to 0. That's dumb. That's a pretty dumb ability. Desperation form, remove this from the game, gain 4. It's pretty cool. I mean, commit lose 2 to just take none is kind of messed up. It's kind of messed up. That does seem pretty strong. It's like only for that guy though, right? So Shiggy 2? That character's fine. Shiggy 2 is super fine. There are very cool cheeky decks with him. He's a sick rogue character. And now, the final pack. Rob Schneider is the final pack. It was more than kind of messed up. It was like actually not okay. It was actually not okay. I guess I don't know what this guy does though, right? We didn't pull Iori, so I don't have context for like, is his character card messed up too? Because you know only he can play it, right? So I'm definitely missing a lot of the context of how good the card is. Get a team asset. Are those the good ones? Whoop. Whoop. Oh, he's an ultra rare character. You mean like this one? You mean like this one? Team Fatal Fury. Form, destroy this asset, draw X cards. X equals the number of attacks in your card pool minus the number of cards in your opponent's card pool. Okay. Interesting. So get punished for blocking you, okay. Form, commit, your opponent adds a card from the discard pile to their card pool. Whoa, 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 whoa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I definitely did not see that until I actually started counting. That took a little bit to set in. Dude, that's so funny. That is so funny. Holy cow. He had a couple messed up characters? Okay. We'll have to go look at the Ioris. The Ioris. Because that's a very important part of the concept. Man, this is so cool. This is so cool, man. What a sick art, too. Man, that's gnarly. They should bring this back for some of the MHA teams. They could do Team Lurkers. They could do Team Lurkers, right? They could do like Midnight, Conway Woods, and Edge Shot. That would be cool. That would be really cool. That would be really cool. What other 3-mans are there? Obviously, they can do the big 3, right? The big 3, Mirio, Nejire, and Amajiki could easily have an asset like this. They could also do... They could also do, I mean, they could always do like Midoriya, Bakugo, Todoroki. That's always an option. Those are like the 3 kids, you know? Less thematic though. Man, I hope that this is a design type of thing they bring back. The team asset with the 5 symbols so they can all play it. That's so cool, man. Holy cow, is that cool. Very, very, very cool. Get out of here, Clark. So, our ultra rares were Team Fatal Fury. Oh my, I just realized the stamp on it too. Man, that's so cool. That's so cool. Oh, that's gnarly. We got Yuri's guitar, Screw Starlight, Leona, Yuri, and Vice's Awaking Blood. Oh, for World Heroes mission, yeah, that would be cool. I would be a lot more into it as the World Heroes mission. Even though they like fight together for like 5 minutes in those outfits are actually the best part about that movie. Actually the best part about that movie. And then we got who do we get in the topper? We got Ash, who I thought was a woman. Man, the stamp is so cool. I can't handle it. It's so cool, man. What gnarly design space. Jeez, that's dope, man. Holy cow. Oh my goodness, man. That was so much fun. Holy cow. Miles, dude. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much, Miles. LWG. Whatever entity that deserves my thanks. I have no idea if these cards hold any monetary value whatsoever. Probably not getting rid of any of them whatsoever. They look so cool, and I want to keep them forever. Especially Leona, because reasons. But holy cow, thank you so much. Again, Miles, I really appreciate it. And guys, like I said, man, if you gotta go buy any cards right now or in the future, whether it's UFS, UVS, MHA, CCG, or any other card game not a part of this fantastic little family, go check out Legendary Wolf Games, please. I've got the website linked down there below, boys. They are awesome people doing amazing things, and once again, I cannot wait till I get to go back to that store and see them again. And check out their new place as well. I am so excited to see the new Legendary Wolf. I am unbelievably pumped. Leona is $40? Nope, can't do it. Can't do it. I'm already attached. It's not happening. She's not going anywhere, boys. She's not going anywhere. We are attached. All my rares. I'm gonna put these in the back of my binder. Come on Saturday. I'm a little far away. I'm a little far away. I'll definitely be there for the 5K though. Whenever that does happen, I will absolutely be there for the 5K. I am very eager for updates on that. I really want to go to that. I love big community tournaments. All my little bits. All my little bits. Road trip? Eventually. My King of Fighters waifu? She's got blue hair, dude. I love blue hair. It's the antithesis of me. Together, Leona and I can make purple. Together, we are purple. Now, let me move my mat here. Move the lovely old spell ground. I know, I wish I could be there, man. I wish I could be there. It's gonna be awesome. And the person who voices Frieza is gonna be there, which I only know because of Facebook. I don't know anything about Dragon Ball. I do want to go peek some of the King of Fighters characters. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna have to open up a new screen here. So let's go over yonder. Oh, that's not what y'all want to see. You don't want to see my stats. Oh, that might be what y'all want to see. It's ready, and it's prepared. But I want to go check out a couple of these King of Fighters characters. So let's add in a new source real quick. On UVS Ultra, boom, there it is, boys. Let's make it real pretty. Boom. Bring it over yonder, and then bring it under everything, except that. Yeah, it looks good enough to me, boys. All right, we gotta go look up this. Gotta go look up this Iori guy. First order of business. Oh, characters. I just want to see his characters. I'm not worried about anything else right now. So they go from, oh my god, there's a million of them. What the heck? Okay, this is the oldest one in the world. Discard a momentum. This type may not be blocked by cards with a lower control rating. That seems messed up. If your attack is not blocked, this gets X damage. If your attack is blocked, you lose X vitality. X equals the control rating of the card preceding it. Okay. Okay. That's good. Commit after you play to these images. Oh my god. These images. After you play a fire card, discard up to 2 fire cards from your card pool. What the hell? What the hell? What in the world? Oh, are these like not legal? Is this like retro stuff? The top 2 ones are the ones from the King of Fighters 13 era. Okay, let's look at those then. Is that these two? 13? Yes. Okay, good. Dude, this guy's hair, man. Can't get over it. Imagine having freaking bright red hair. What a weirdo. While you're at desperation, your opponent must discard a momentum as an additional cost to play an ability that would commit a card in your staging area. That's messed up. She just can't commit this guy. She's like, cannot be put down. Lose 2 vitality. If this attack deals damage, remove it from the game. Whoa. Lose a vitality, your desperation attack gets +2 damage. Yeah, you certainly get to 10 pretty fast playing this guy, huh? Don't let my attack hit, dummy. It's Crow and Frog. Holy cow. After your non-throw attack deals damage, remove it from the game. Your opponent loses vitality equal to half the difficulty rounded up. That's gross. Lose X vitality. Your attack gets X speed. X equals its control. If you've played this ability twice a turn, draw 2, discard 1. That is very good. This guy's a 7-hander too. That does seem pretty good. Definitely being him is not a downside to play the guitar. That is definitely not a way to look at it. My character. Okay, so it's all about the dots, right? So this is my 2. Oh god, the ancient, whoa, that's like a different person. What the hell? Where'd all her hair go? Oh god, oh Jesus, Susan, dude, wait, what? Oh my god, 3, 6, 7? Jesus, Susan, we don't want to talk about this. Iori 2 was banned? Which one was that? Hang on. This one? This guy was banned? I mean, I can see it. Like, I'm not like, definitely not going crazy about it. This is pretty nuts. That's a lot of free speed, and then you just die. And then, my friend, you die. All right. This is so many words, dude. They don't even fit on the freaking character. Bro, why? Why are her boobs covering the resource symbol? It's just covering the poor air symbol. Bro. Oh my god. Form, discard a card. Add 2 cards from your hand to your card pool face down. Your opponent chooses one of those cards and turns it face up. If it's an attack, you may play it at -3 difficulty. It gets +3 speed. You discard the other cards. Are all non-attack cards. Wow. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Form, commit, draw 2. Only playable if you've discarded 1 per phase. Your combat phase ends. Oh, okay. So you're like an 8-hander at the end of the turn. Or well, a 9-hander but an 8-hander if you use this ability. That's really cool. That's a super duper dope character. That's like crazy cool. Don't look at Chun-Li from pre-Jasco. Well, we have to do it now. We have to do it, boys. Is it this one? Is this who I'm not supposed to look at? Or does it get older as we go? I think it gets older as we go, right? Or maybe not. These all seem fine to me. This certainly had no part in influencing I Am Here. Yeah, I can see it. I'm seeing it. I Am Here is such a cool card, man. I have like 2 different I Am Here decks. Because basically every time the all symbol gets like a really cool tempo action to play, I just go, how do I make a binding cloth capture deck with this? Look at the character number on my, or oh, to see if it gets older or not. Okay, so the oldest Chun-Li. I'm learning so much, guys. Oh my god, 9? This is Chun-Li 9? Jesus Christ, that's so many dots. There's so many Chun-Lis. Holy cow. So this is the oldest Chun-Li? Commit, switch the damage and speed values of your attack. Good ability, we like that one. Very spooky. Commit, discard momentum, your attack gets X speed, X equals its damage. Seems okay. Seems solid and reasonable. Dude, the freaking words on these look, the font, dude. What is this font? There were 9 pre-Jasco Chun-Lis. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Holy cow. Only 7 were tournament playable? Who wasn't? Why wouldn't they be? The art on these is amazing. Even this one, it's like so stylized. Wait, 623? What did you do to be a 6? Oh, you're a 624? What are these health totals, bro? Take top card deck and add to your momentum. Only playable after you've played a reversal. Okay. Discard momentum after you successfully block. You may play any kick as a reversal. Oh, okay. It's pretty cool. These Chun-Lis do be reversing a lot. These Chun-Lis are reversing a lot. Dude, this one looks sick. This one looks cool as hell. In the dojo, bro. Commit a foundation. Your punch, kick, or fury gets 3 speed. You may add it to your staging area face down during the end phase. That's pretty cool. Just commit a foundation. That's kind of crazy daisy. It's kind of crazy daisy. E, once per turn, add a face down foundation to your momentum, +2 or -2. Oh my god, what the heck? This character's nuts. This character seems loco. Am I just bad? Oh, okay, yeah, the health totals were weird early on. That makes more sense. Check out Adon. Oh, this guy's disgusting. Ugh, I don't look at this guy. This guy looks like freaking Redestro, bro. There's so many of him. Enhance your void attack gets +1 damage. Form, commit, discard X momentum. Discard X cards from your card pool. Interesting. Your bonuses get +1 or penalties. That's cool. Before drawing cards at the beginning of your turn, do not draw any. While committed, any of your attacks get 2 damage, and any of your attacks that deal damage is immediately placed into your momentum. What the heck? What the heck? This is hilarious. That's so funny. That Chun-Li is one of the most fair in her set? What? That character seems crazy. Was Street Fighter versus Darkstalkers just nuts? Show me the goods. Loading? It's loading forever? Uh-oh. UVS Ultra. Keep it together, UVS Ultra. I believe in you. Oh, I've seen this one. This is the one Miles was playing. Oh, I know this guy. I've heard the terrors of this guy. This is true. I was just supposed to look at the Ioris. So true. Whoa. Whoa. After your turn begins, you may add the top card next to your staging area face down. Lordy, lordy. Lordy, lordy. Alright. Maybe another time we'll look at all of these busted characters. But this Chun-Li is freaking cool as heck, though. This Chun-Li is freaking cool as heck. For now, though, guys, we do have the relaxing part of the evening to attend to. Oh, no, that's my own stream. I don't want to watch my own stream. My music. That's what I'm trying to look for. That's what I'm trying to turn off. It's time to watch the lovely Satanis's video here. Satanis video? You could just say Satanis video, right? Doesn't need to be possessive. It just sounds weird. It just sounds weird. It's a lot of broken characters. A lot of banned characters, I should say. It's now finally time to check out. So I've seen like the first 5 minutes of this video because I watched the first 5 minutes and then immediately went, yo, this would be a really sick stream. This would actually be a really sick stream. So I know like the first like 2 slides, but after that I stopped watching because I was like, this would be awesome to watch on stream. So Could we, oh, nope, that made it way too big. Could we, hang on a second. I don't like this view here. I don't want all of this. Actually, it's probably fine because this stuff would be covering. So yeah, let's just let it rock here. I'll cover myself for now, but I think Tim's webcam disappears later on, so then I'll probably come back.
So, as promised, I have a very, very boomer energy video for you today. So, this started, I was trying to
Can you guys hear him okay? I just turned him, like, way up.
Sort of what cards historically have been kind of the most influential design-wise, right? Not just cards that are like, oh, this is too powerful, don't do that exactly again, but stuff that really, you know, warped design or changed the way tuning was done, or just kind of caused a trend or something like that. And as I was making that list, I was starting to mix in some things that were like, well, you know, here's the first time EX appeared and whatnot, or things like that. And so I went up sort of mixing them and making a list of things that are either sort of the first time something interesting showed up, or stuff that was pretty impactful, and I kind of assorted them more or less by date, and figured we'd just kind of walk through and talk about stuff. Just kind of a bit of a history walk, just touching on, you know, not every crazy card that's ever been printed or anything like that, but just stuff that was a first, or stuff that really sort of had a lasting impact in some form or another. So, you know, I'm not sure how long this is going to take. I have like a few dozen slides to go through here, but I'm just going to kind of ramble about cards. And I wasn't the most super active in the first few years. I've asked a couple people some questions, but I might have some fine details wrong. Someone will correct me in the comments. But, you know, we're just going to run through, you know, the pre-MHA. Here's this picture on the first slide is of Liu Chen, who is a character from the Shadow War IP.
Shadow War.
Which is not an IP you will see much of anywhere else. It is something that one of the people at Games Workshop / Fantasy Flight came up with to use as an original IP. If you've heard of Red Horizon, it was sort of the first one of those, but before Jasco.
Is that the only?
I have Liu Chen here because he's
the only IP that was only other one that was created. Because Red Horizon is Jasco. This is the other guys? Shadow War?
He's old, and this is a massive boomer energy thing. So we're gonna, the webcam's gonna get in the way, so we're gonna close that out here.
I can come back now.
And yeah, so let's get started. So first things first, for people who don't know, and I'm kind of gonna assume, you know, this is targeted at people who really only know MHA. The very first UFS set, because it used to be called UFS and not Universes, I'm sure you've heard people just say UFS. The first release was a penny arcade battle box. It was Tycho versus Gabe in this sort of little battle box that they released at, I believe, at a PAX. And that was the launch of the game. And we might do this a lot with some of these early cards. We can take a moment to appreciate how completely not balanced these are against each other.
The seven-hander.
So this came out. These characters were supposed to be played against each other.
The seven-hander's so busted, and the six-hander is like the most mediocre thing in the world.
This was supposed to be a fair match, but this is a brand new game, a brand new system. Nothing really, no similar card game had ever been made. There was nothing really to reference. Games Workshop, who owns Sabretooth Games, was not really a card game company. So they didn't exactly know what they were doing when they started this. So Gabe here, if you're on audio only, he can commit a foundation to give a chaos attack 1 damage.
That's so bad.
Plus 1 damage.
That's so bad.
And he can commit and pay a momentum to take an attack that dealt damage and put it in his momentum immediately. So he gets a weird pseudo-free on-hit pool clear if he has momentum and he's a 6-hander.
That's like so okay.
There's been worse characters, but this is obviously not that great.
There's
Tycho
been worse characters.
Is a 7/23 that commits a foundation after he plays a form card or ability to draw a card. Which is silly, of course. And then he just has enhanced commit, this attack is blocked. Just it's blocked. So that was kind of...
It's like when I first read these two, I thought that the E-commit on Tycho was just supposed to be like a wall cling effect. And and obviously the character would still be like extremely unbalanced. But then I realized that it was just like, no, it's just considered completely blocked. It's like in the Typhoon.
What we were dealing with power levels early on. And we're not going to go through like all the cards here, but most attacks were 2 checks, was another thing that was happening. That eventually changed. There was no like single card that signaled the change of that trend, but over time the developers figured out that people just aren't really playing more than a handful of 2 checks in their decks, and then they eventually caved and started making things mostly 3. But that was very gradual over time. Early on, the large majority of attacks were 2 checks. So that was how it got started. It was actually
That's wild.
Arcade.
That's wild to me.
We got into the Street Fighter and Soul Calibur sets.
Oh, not the ads. Yeah, dude, that's wild to me that like most attacks were 2 checks. That's crazy. I mean,
I actually don't remember what order all of these are in, so I'm gonna be
I guess like if the game was built around them.
We're talking about Mystic.
It's
so
different.
Mystic was a first set card that said form commit, go pick up something from your removed from game pile, and originally your mulligan was to remove your hand from the game. But both players could remove their hand from the game and draw back that many cards, so obviously this card, if you mulligan, had a lot of choices, and just in general, it was a problem, right? Very early on, people were doing all sorts of, there were decks that had strategies that used their remove from game pile as a place to tutor stuff from.
Man, if you're like not on a Mystic symbol, what a terrible mulligan. What a terrible mulligan if you're just not on a Mystic symbol. Oh my god. Can you imagine playing like Sero and you just like open like 3 tape swings and 2 foundations and you're like, well, I guess I'm cool with building 2 and having my hand forever clogged. Like, oh my god, what a terrible mulligan. Just lose all your best cards forever unless you're on a Mystic symbol.
And this is really very early on sort of the reason why we've ended up in this place. The remove from game pile is kind of sacred. We don't really pull stuff from it unless it's looking for a specific card, like a copy of something or whatever, and even then it's very rare. And really, Mystic was a very, very early thing that set that bar. There were like a few more cards that fetched from the remove from game pile after that. They were higher costed. But really, after Mystic, the team learned pretty early on that this is just not something that you do.
Until around MHA's release? Oh my god. So you guys dealt with like that mulligan for that long? Wow. That's wild.
That was a very early, quickly impactful card. What's next on this? Oh, Matt Coles! So this is the first champ card. Ooh. So as you've probably heard around the standard sunset time, the prize for winning a Nationals or a Worlds level event was to get a champ card made of yourself as a tournament legal character in the game. And so this was the very first world champion, Matt Coles from UFS House. If you've heard some old people talk about them with some reverence, that was a play group from, I believe, Ohio that was very, very good and won a lot of things. And yeah, so there's not too much to say about this. This was the first champ card. 2006 world champion. He won with a promo Tira deck that I probably shouldn't get into too many details of, but we will talk about Matt Coles a little bit more in a little bit here.
This character's nuts. This character seems crazy. This character just seems crazy. There are only mid blocks in my deck, buddy. Commit a foundation for tape on face, man? That's wild. That's wild.
So I will just point out that he has this ability, form, discard a non-block, go pick up a block. It's going to be relevant in a little bit here.
Okay.
Right now? Yeah, right here. We have a segue. So Matt Coles was one of the first... So early on, there were actually a lot of loops in the early years of the game. Right? Infinites or pseudo-infinites were not everywhere, but it seemed like there were always like a couple of these running around that people were trying to play, and one of them was Yori's Fireball with Matt Coles, which, if you got 2 of these things, you could basically play it for as many cards as you could find to discard to it. Right, so you played some card draw, and you just kept going Fireball, 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 Fireball. And then there were other loops around this reverse Waterfall card, where as long as you could keep reading foundations or keep finding ways to commit foundations, and I believe the aforementioned Tira shared with this. I might be mistaken, but there were some characters that did it, and Matt Coles actually got in errata at one point to try to cut down on the Yori's Fireball stuff. I actually don't know if the picture that I had might be the errated version, even. My memory's not quite that good.
Huh.
But Reverse Waterfall, I believe, actually never got banned. Right? Nothing ever happened to Reverse Waterfall, even though Reverse Waterfall endless loop decks were kind of always just around. But it was just never quite good enough. But
Because Matt Coles could just always grab a waterfall? Dude, that's wild. That's wild.
this was a frequent thing pretty early on. There were always 1 to 3 decks in the format that were doing some kind of loop or lock throughout the Sabretooth and Fantasy Flight days.
I work for Dracula.
Count Dracula.
It's the real Dracula!
That's it.
Renfield.
I'm like unironically excited for that movie.
Try Hydro Boost Gel.
I'm like unironically excited for that movie.
Next we have a couple cards. So we have the Watch here and Sophicia here, and
Tokens?
these cards use tokens. We've seen recently Shoji 2 reintroducing counters to the game, the idea of putting these counters on cards. That was pretty much entirely absent for the entirety of the Jasco era. But early on, they actually did this a lot. There were... You do a search for the word token, there's like 80 cards or something that used tokens. And the first ones, and really most of them, were on non-character cards. If you can imagine just having... If you were playing enough of these, and there weren't that many that were very good there that saw that much play, but if for whatever reason you were playing a bunch of these, you'd have all these little, beads on cards keeping track of all your different counters on stuff. And so the Watch was in that Penny Arcade box.
The Watch is
until
so
late
cool.
in 2006, I believe, for a promo character run before they actually put any on characters. Which you would think it'd be the opposite, because the characters make much more sense for that sort of thing. Yeah, counters were kind of just a thing that was just commonly printed back then.
That's weird, because I thought that, I don't know. Someone told me that the design team hates them. Oh, but I guess it's not that design team, right? Never mind. I'm stupid.
The Watch, by the way, just to make it a pretty cool card, if you're sitting here just listening, you could form commit it to put 2 time tokens on it. And then you could discard a time token to stop your opponent's turn after you take damage, but then they get the Watch. So they get to stop one of your turns. And then you can put 2 more time tokens on it, and then start it again. Kind of a funny card. Probably never saw play, but kind of neat. An interesting way to use counters. Next up we have... Okay, yeah. Alright, so next we have Cassandra in Chinese Sword Style, and this was a staple of the first year or two of the game. They did not tune discard properly early on. They made it there were a lot of ways to make it very easy to discard cards from your opponent's hand, and obviously if you don't have cards in your hand, you can't block. And that equation was just never... They didn't quite fully grasp that when they were making some early cards, so it was probably the most common early strategy in the game was to...
If you discard this card due to your opponent's card effect, your opponent discards their hand or all of the cards in their card pool. Wow.
Make your opponent discard their hand and then kill them. Once they got through, some of the loop decks and other stuff that got banned out, and there were a lot of discard related things that got banned out too, but it never really went away. So in the 4th set, which by the way was the 7th and 8th set, 8th and 9th sets, 7th and 8th, because they printed 2 sets at a time. They actually blazed sets out. Like every 3 months there'd be 2 sets. And they were not extra small or anything. They were like 90 to 100 plus card sets. So you can imagine the amount of playtesting time that these cards did not get. I'm sure the people that were testing did their best, but they were churning these things out at blazing speed. But anyway, in the 4th pair of sets, they started printing a bunch of really, really brutal anti-discard cards. There's Chinese Sword Style, one of the biggest ones. That one says if you discard it due to their effect, they discard their hand. And if that's not what you want to do, if you don't want to discard your opponent's entire hand for the crime of them making you discard a card, you could also make them discard their entire card pool if you wanted to. Bro. You know, just in case you were about to die.
My Binding Cloth captures are in shambles, dude.
Obviously, these cards, and there were 5 or 6 things like this, if I recall, and they were designed to say, stop playing discard decks. And people stopped playing discard decks because these would come out of the sideboard and their deck wouldn't work anymore.
Yeah, I would never put a card in my deck that said discard a card.
It actually got to the point where people played discard decks so little that people stopped sideboarding the any-discard cards. And then someone won nationals with a discard deck, which is Cassandra. That was kind of a funny fact, and just really illuminated the whole silliness of this discard versus any discard sub game. But it kind of persisted for, you know, most of the Fantasy Flight era. These any discard cards were kind of always around, and discard decks were always like, well, you could play this if you really want to, you know, gamble on nobody packing their anti-discard. But after Cassandra won that nationals, people pretty much always packed their Chinese sword styles or whatever they wanted to.
They said never again.
In their sideboard, just to make sure they were safe. So sideboards were really more like 4 cards, 5 cards. It was an 8-card max at the time.
8?
For most of the game's history. So, and at
most
least
of
2
the
of those
history?
cards were Chinese sword style or something else in most cases.
Dude, even with 10 in a card game like this, I feel like that's so little. I feel like 10 is so little already.
This is just in case, right? Next we have clones. So also in this fourth group of sets, they introduce, and I may have this a little bit out of order, I think.
Come to TurboTax and don't do your taxes.
That card has a block upside down? Tim, please. What's happening? I'm so confused. I have so many questions. In 2020? Dude, that's crazy. That's wild. That's wild, and man. I say tons of times that, like, God, I wish this game had a 15 card sideboard. I'd be unstoppable with 15 cards.
What?
Uh-oh.
What do you mean I'm not signed in? Okay, well, I blew up my thing. Anyway. So this Chinese sword style might have actually been the 5th set, because there was a pair of sets that did not have Soul Calibur in it. There was the S&K and Street Fighter came out as a tandem. But anyway, in that 4th pair of sets, they decided they were going to start doing split cards.
I hate
because
this.
some other games did split cards, and people liked those, so we were going to do some split cards.
I hate this so much.
And this was never a good idea. It did not really... There's probably an example card or two where it was kind of cool and it worked out well, but for the most part, it was stuff like this that was dramatically overpowered. If you're following along, this is a 3 difficulty attack that is a 3 speed mid for 5 and checks a 5. It is technically also a foundation that has actually not completely terrible text on it, but nothing that mattered. People played it because it was a 5 check, 3 difficulty, 5 damage attack. And so you had stuff like this that were either broken attacks or foundations that had 3 checks where the main thing was supposed to be the foundation. They had a token attack on it that wasn't very good. And the rules were a nightmare, right? It was always a mess. It never really worked, but
Yeah, you have to, like, declare which one you're playing it as, because there's different difficulties.
it is a thing that existed.
What a headache, dude. I hate this. Also, why is the check on there twice? You don't need the check on there twice if it's the same, or I guess some were different, so you have to have the precedent. Well, no, wait. How can the check be? No, the check can never be different. I hate this. I hate
In the game
everything
for a
about
couple years,
this.
that they were trying to make work.
I hate everything about this.
That they did eventually have to abandon. But yeah, those were a thing for a little while. All right, next we have Cody. Cody 3. And Cody 4. These were both promos. Mind you, these were not. I believe these were not the 3rd and 4th Cody to show up. I think these were the 1st and 2nd. They may or may not have come out before.
The check is there once. Am I done?
3. And Cody 4. These were both promos that they were trying to make.
Is that not the check? Am I stupid? Because, like, this is difficulty? I have difficulty, check. Oh, that's the damage. Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm dumb. So then, wait, if that's the damage, is this the speed? And there's no block mod? Oh my god, this is so confusing to look at. That's the speed and damage, and there's no block mod. Oh, dude, you just keep making me hate this even more.
That they did eventually have to abandon.
You just keep making me hate this even
But yeah,
more.
those were a thing for a little while.
That's like so counterintuitive.
All right, next we have Cody. Cody 3. And Cody 4. These were both promos. And mind you, these were not, I believe these were not the 3rd and 4th Cody to show up. I think these were the 1st and 2nd. They may or may not have come out before any inset Codys. Something that they did for whatever reason back then was they would release promo characters that were 3 dots because they knew at some point they were going to put 1 and 2 dots in the sets. And they very often had 2 versions of a character in a set. You would have a rare version of a character and a super rare version of the character, I believe, or like a starter and one that's in the set.
Well, that's so
for
weird.
a lot of characters. It's kind of
so
an interesting thing that
backwards.
they did. So we have Cody 3. Cody 4. These were the first stackers. So the stacking rules were always there, but they never really designed any characters to be stackers until these two. And they were highly competitive. Cody 3. The one you start as, the 7 hand size with 24 health, with a potent discard ability on him, as was the case in many cards back then, and also a negation ability for discarding a stacked character. And then Cody 4 was just the one that you stacked on top of it that gave you more benefits when you played character cards. And
yeah, dude, this response is nuts. Like, once you actually get more characters, this is crazy good. But even just this form, you just discard one every time because I feel like it. How mean. After you successfully play a character, draw 2. If you played it as a block, you may play a... Jesus Lord.
yeah, this was a pretty strong combo. The first stackers had a lot of meta impact. I don't know if they fully won any events, but I know they at least definitely made it some finals. But yeah, we did not have characters designed to be stackers until, a year and a half or so into the game. Now next we have Higher Caliber. Now, Higher Caliber is completely busted, but that's not why this card is here. But just to be clear, this card is completely busted. It says response after your opponent plays any response. Basically ready a foundation. You technically have to pass a check against its difficulty. You ready a foundation, or an asset for that matter. And needless to say, this card was bananas. But the reasons here, this is actually after Higher Caliber is when we started to see that hasn't been readied yet. This combat phase clauses. Before this, stuff that made you ready foundations just made you ready foundations, like who cares? But Higher Caliber and pretty much just Higher Caliber. I don't recall if there were really too many other cards that came along with it that really prompted this. People just readying the same thing over and over and over again with this and with other cards was clearly way too much. And that's when we started getting those gates on just about everything, and we've started to see a little bit less of it just very recently, where some ready effects don't have that clause on them, but for a very long time, anytime you readied something, it just automatically came with that rider text on it. If you don't get to ready something twice under any circumstances, we're just swearing that off. It doesn't matter, you just don't do it.
I can definitely see how this card just scared them into never letting it happen again, especially with like several of these on the field. That's crazy.
And this is where that comes from. This has been a thing since 2007, 2008 because of Higher Caliber.
I have actually been a customer of BetterHelp.
Dang, dude. This video alone is about to make me get YouTube red. This video alone.
Lost Cathedral Ruins. So this is
What?
one of a few cards that came out in a promo pack that were really the start of this whole idea that terrains are going to have effects that hit both players. Early on, there were some terrains that were just normal assets that happen to have the terrain keyword. But in this promo pack, I want to say it would be late 2007 is probably where we are right now, sort of began this trend where every terrain we make is going to have some weird thing that impacts both players. And there were some weird...
I like that way more. Because, like, using terrain as, like, just like a, hey, this card is a little worse because it is a terrain, because your opponent could just nuke it by playing their own, as, like, a balancing factor is, like, fine. But I much prefer the idea of, like, hey, the terrain affects everyone, and that's very cool.
Ones. This one lets both players discard any number of cards in their review step, which is very strong, obviously. And there were other terrains like this that had really dramatic impacts on the game, and you could understand why they'd have this rule that you can only have one out. And also because of the flavor of it, right? It's a Soul Calibur card, you're playing, this is the stage you're playing in. You play another terrain, you're changing your state, what stage you're fighting in, and it was a whole thing. And Soul Calibur has, very well rendered and detailed stages for all the characters, kind of a feature of the game. So they came up with this idea that we're just going to have all these terrain cards that have, weird two-sided effects on how the game is played. And that's kind of degenerated over time, right? Terrains these days are, like, forced to have some small thing that is in both players just to keep up with it, but it's not... They're not like this, right? They're not game-changing, impactful, changing the rules of the game kinds of things. So this is where that started. These cards are the reason why terrains work that way.
Yeah, is it UA High? UA High is, like, the one that's, like, I have this little itty-bitty affect both players thing alongside its primary ability.
Alright, next, if you've talked to an old player for any amount of time, you've probably heard this one, Concealed Shallow Swipe.
Nope, haven't heard of it.
This card and sort of the metagame surrounding it had a really very, very, very large impact on the game. So, when this card was around, the meta eventually devolved into a situation where 90% of the viable decks at an event would be really just completely selling out to landing a single Concealed Shallow Swipe for your entire life total. And there were the defense was strong enough that, and the negation and the counter negation and the look at their hand and pick cards out of it stuff was strong enough that this was a real strategy. And they only ran a few other attacks to serve as glorified action cards to go, shut down their hand or shut down, half of their staging area or something like that. And it was all about just shoving a Shallow Swipe through. There was a lot of giant speed boosts with not a lot of speed reduction at the time, and we'll get to that some more later. So, that this was the strat, and up until this point, and you still had cards like Higher Caliber around amongst this, the devs had the design and dev team at, I think it was Fantasy Flight by now, kind of head in the sand at it, right? People complain about Higher Caliber, they would just say, like, oh, just don't play responses with a straight face. and it really wasn't until this event where they had to actually go watch all this stuff play out in person that they realized they kind of had a problem in their hands.
Just don't die to this card. Duh.
And really, after this forward, there's always been a lot of caution, a lot of energy around. You try to make sure this can never happen again, right? Try to make sure we never have it be possible to build a deck where you're just running 6 or 7 attacks and just sitting there walling up for an eternity, going for your one-hit KO, and there's like not even a reason to poke. It's so reliable, you don't need a backup plan. And that we might be a couple slides off of like where that really materializes, but after this you saw a lot of this card obviously and a lot of other cards that were feeding into this picture get banned. Concealed Shallow Swipe actually did not win that tournament, by the way. It was actually a mill deck running all the same defensive pieces, but just winning without having to land an attack by doing some mill game plan stuff. But
is that more or less degenerate? You kill me with 0 attacks, or you kill me with 1 attack? what is the worst of the two swords?
But yeah, really a very, very big impact and drove a lot of stuff going forward.
Whoa.
Okay, yeah. All right. And so there's not a whole lot. So there were certainly plenty of sets after Concealed Shallow Swipe under Fantasy Flight, and they started to get a little bit better. They were, trying to, dodge this, one attack thing. Maybe don't print anything quite as silly as Higher Caliber. They still made some mistakes. There was still, meta still had like loop decks and lockdown and hard lock decks and things like that kept cropping up. They decided to we're going to make a competitive Chun-Li at some point, and that was a disaster. But overall, they kind of went through that holding pattern. They eventually brought in James Hata, who was a multiple-time champion in the game, to come sort of be their new lead of design. And after sort of dealing with a set that was kind of already built when he came in, with these 2009 sets, the first pair of sets in 2009, the Soul Calibur set and the first Shadow War set, which we talked about Blue Chet. I've just got Soul Calibur cards here. Really we're just going to completely change the design paradigm. We're just going to completely change how we think about how we're tuning cards, and largely to stop things like the Concealed Shallow Swipe stuff from happening again, to stop things like the 6 attack, I'm going to hard lock you decks.
It's really interesting to hear about these deck types, because like obviously like a mill out deck winning is like a little degenerate, a 1 attack deck winning is like a little degenerate, like, but it's interesting to hear about like the lockdown archetypes and stuff like that, right? Because we've seen so many people trying to make those things happen in MHA, right? Even back in set 1, there were like the Go Beyond, like the four float combo, 4 Go Beyond Shigaraki decks, like that type of thing. We saw like the Kurogiri mill out decks recently, the what is it, the Gut Punch Kurogiri decks. Like, I don't know, I think deck archetypes like that are really, really interesting, and seeing how much that there like isn't really like a viability for that in MHA format. I can kind of see how, given some of the history here. Like, hearing about a lot of this makes me realize, yeah, this is why Present Mike is, like, so mediocre.
The 4 attack, I'm just going to loop this thing forever decks. And Shallow Swipe was the peak of that, but there were, like I talked about the loop decks earlier, this was just a constant thing that just kept happening. And this was, supposed to be a fighting card game, right? It's supposed to be about attacking and blocking and back and forth and stuff. And James's solution to this, in large part, was to make Foundations very, very, very bad at blocking. So if you take a look at the top right corner of the cards in this spread, you'll notice that only 3 of them even have blocks, and that was about the proportion in these 2 sets. The very large majority of the Foundations did not have blocks, and the ones that did block pretty much never blocked much better than +3. Now, the next couple sets kind of backed off of this a little bit, but the fundamental pretty much was the same idea, that we're going to make people run real attack counts because they will not be able to block if they don't. And
that's a really interesting way to tackle that problem. That's a really funny way to solve Grey Wars into those like cheeky strategies. Your defense sucks if there's no attacks in your deck.
Early on into these 2000, I think after the 4th of these 2009 sets came out, they just rotated out all the old stuff and said, this is the format now. We're just going to be playing a completely different game. And, it really a huge sea change that probably saved the game. Even though, it probably went farther than it needed to, right? We obviously are happy to have all Foundations have blocks now, and we just, try not to print, attacks that can win games on their own or things like that. But it was a really, really, really big deal and a huge change. And
I see now why like the Twisting Azure decks are so like traumatizing. We were supposed to leave this era in the past.
I believe, funnily enough, the first worlds of that format was still won by a very low attack count deck, because you may not have been able to block with nothing but Foundations, but you sure had a lot of damage reduction available. So there was some decks that were just doing that, and there was a character named Hilde, and they still didn't quite get away from those low attack count decks immediately. And also, that's what people were used to playing competitively, right? That's what they're always, right? No matter what the meta was for the last, 3 or 4 years, it was, how do I build a deck that wins with 4, 8 attacks or something like that? So they pretty much always check 5s.
That's like really interesting to hear, especially about the part about the damage reduction, because when I was at the HLC, I hung out with Tim Friedley and J-Ray for quite a while before I left, and we were just talking about deck lists for set 4, and he showed me, both of them showed me decks with like 4 resistance in it, and I was like, y'all are playing resistance? I think that card's like very, very mediocre. And then they were kind of like, we understand why you think that, Levi, but like damage reduction, DR is like, this is a premium. Like, it's a premium. Like, -2 to the next, like, is actually really good. Compared to, and I'm like, it could be so much better though, damage reduction wise. They're like, if it's better, Levi, it gets very out of hand. They were like, there were days where damage reduction was like a whole other world. It's a very, very careful thing you have to play with. And I was like, that's interesting. But I mean, I do get it, right? Like, as the resident Eraserhead player that main decks for Spooky, I get how like stupid 0 damaging out an attack is. So like, I get it. I get it.
But you know, after the couple of offenders were hit, things did sort of play out as desired, right? Decks started having to run, you know, 25, 30, 35% attacks to be able to operate. So really, probably the biggest change in the game's history was this sort of total revolution in how they wanted to like make sure decks were being built and played. And with this, we're going to have a bunch of firsts now. So, Dragon Lifter. These are the sets that introduced the combo keyword. We did not have combo before these first 2009 sets from James Hata. And, you know, it makes sense, right? You introduce this keyword that gives you some powerful effects, but it requires you to be playing multiple attacks. Right? That's what they wanted people to be doing, right? Run real attack counts in your deck. And Dragon Lifter was probably the most pernicious of these. It was a 4 difficulty 2 check. If you comboed it with a kick, you got to basically have a 6 high 8 stun 2, which, you know, for its time was really good. People almost never played 6 hand size competitively, so this was almost half of your opponent's life total on its own.
Really? 7-hander meta?
So Dragon Lifter decks were everywhere for a pretty good while, and yeah, one of the first combos. There were many combos in these 2 sets. And next we'll look at Memories of a Nightmare, and these 2 sets also were the first time we had something resembling Seal. So at the time, the way they did this was that they would say, for the rest of this turn, that Foundation has a blank text box. And Seal is a bit of an alteration for that, for some technical reasons. But
yeah, because Seal can't gain abilities, right?
Yeah, these 2 sets introduce this idea that you're just going to pick one of your opponent's foundations, say like, no, that thing doesn't have text. And there was a character that was themed around this. And yeah, not too much to say, just kind of the first time we saw that ability. And this card is eerily similar to Irrefutable Force of Nature, where you pick one of the 3 symbols. Probably some heavy inspiration there.
Yeah, that's also the symbol spread on class lineup. That commits, not seals, but...
No Forgiveness, another Siegfried card in this case. This is the first time we saw flipping foundations. You know, again, makes sense if you're worried about people building these giant walls of defensive foundations. What if we just start turning some of them upside down and just making them blank cards? This card was never particularly good or particularly played.
Yeah, this seems like a really rough way to... If it didn't have to call your shot, if it was like a response when it deals damage, flip the thing, right? It'd be okay.
Don't remember, I didn't really look very hard for a flip card that did see play. This is one of the first ones, though. This idea that we're going to make these face-down blank foundations. And that's going to be a mechanic in the game now. That did not start until these 2009 sets. And every Wrath of Heaven, this is a bit different. This is another one of those combos. It's a double combo. And this card is the reason Staff Strike exists. And it's kind of a funny story. So it's an 8 difficulty double combo. Alright, so I'll repeat. It is an 8 difficulty double combo that people unironically played on a 10. They would do this, and it was not highly competitive, but it was very strong when it worked. And it was funny, and people liked it, and it was cool. And it was really one of the, you know, first times that sort of a not really competitive card was still a very desirable ultra rare that people like to play in main work. Not that there were endless meme cards before that, right? Characters with all sorts of funky abilities, but really this idea of like, hey, we can put a card in our set that's not the most competitive, but people are really, really going to like it, and it's going to be in the ultra rare slot, and it's gonna sell packs.
Translation: they figured out how to have fun, boys, and it was by sending a 9 bid for 12 on a 10. Commit a foundation. Easy. I gotta go to the bathroom, guys. Dude, this card's awesome. The origin of Funny Punch. This card does have very Funny Punch energy.
And some drive trade value. Really, Wrath of Heaven became a model for some future cards. And one of those was Trinity Geyser, and then, later on down the road, Staff Strike's in that same shape, where it's kind of borderline competitive. It has seen some competitive success, but, the real idea of a card is it's an exciting card. People really like to play. The power levels, not quite there, but it's almost there. It's really impressive sometimes, right?
So
so
exciting.
Wrath of Heaven, the first of a lineage of cards in this shape. A few sets into this 2009, we got this card Playful Slice. And this was really... So, I've gotten away from reading some of these cards, but this is a 4 difficulty 2 check. While it's in your card pool, your attacks get -2 difficulty. So it not only doesn't count as progressive, it gives you 1 less off of that, right? Imagine if somebody double activates Twisting Azure Inferno, and you get the idea, right? So this was really, before this, there were decks that won with combos and whatnot, but never really like a huge attack quantity decks.
Would you ever even care about comboing this? Like, just play it. And progressive's not real now.
were never really a viable thing until Playful Slice came out, and primarily Kevin Broberg came up with this deck that had Playful Slice in tandem with a lot of cheap attacks and some overpowered card draw that was around at the time, and just we're gonna play 1 or 2 Playful Slices. We're gonna take things out of progressive. We're gonna play 6, 7, 8 attacks, and they're all gonna be for 4, 5, or 6, and you're gonna die. And this was really the first time that was shown to be a real strategy that you could actually do in this game that would work. So you can understand why they were sort of willing to push the envelope on a card like this, but it's really the place where that envelope got pushed a little too far. And somewhat related, these Playful Slice decks were usually with a 7 hand size that had a damage bonus on it, and for a very long time, the idea of a 7 hand size that gave more than 1 damage to things was just completely taboo. Right? You just...
Taboo? Oh, not anymore, boys. We printed Dobby 2 now, boys.
You will not find very many.
I now understand why when Sam complains about those characters, he uses the term 7 hand size that puts 3 damage on things to complain a lot. I now understand.
At least not without some restrictions, at the very least. 7 hand size characters that put +2 damage or more on everything. And so that's why you see some really old players that are a little higher on like Present Mic 2 than some of the newer players are. And, now we have Dobby 2 Dot just sort of completely breaking that mold in half. Not that some, Bebop era characters didn't do that also. But yeah, for a very long time, there was a lot of controls put on how powerful 7 hand size would be, really because of the playful slice stacks. Alright, and then we're going to move on. So at the end of 2009, Fantasy Flight decided they were done trying to do this collectible card game thing. They dropped the game. Jason Horonsky stepped in and made a deal to pick it up from them. And Jasko's first set was this Red Horizon IP, their own original IP. And, similar to when James Hata came in, Jason came in and when we had a bunch of firsts. So this Miska character is really the first time that we had the ally keyword be really used as a theme. The ally keyword trait. And really, but like notably before this, it was pretty much just punch, kick, ranged, maybe some throw decks, and weapon, of course. And those were the keywords, and there were some other keyword traits. There were some taunts, there were some allies or whatever, but everything that was ever like referenced on a card was pretty much looking for a punch or kick, with like a couple odd exceptions. A punch, kick, weapon, one of those sort of core 4 or 5 keywords. And Red Horizon started expanding that a little bit by adding some ally themed stuff, and that would continue to expand over time, especially as they added more keyword traits. And we have a Miska card here, Concussion Blast. This was the first flash card. This was, that I could find, the first card that had the text just skip this attack's enhance that flash. Obviously wasn't a keyword yet. They would eventually decide that they liked this enough to keyword it and start trying to make sure there were a couple of these per set. Yeah, and Concussion Blast was a relevant card.
It's a badass card. It's a badass card.
Card at that time. It is a 2-check, but it's a 4 high 8 flash, and if it's blocked, it clears from the card pool. Very nice functional card. Eventually got power creeped out a little bit, but yeah, this is Red Horizon was where we saw the first flash effects. And then in the second Red Horizon set, we have Perfect Accuracy here. This is another pseudo seal card, but that's not really what I want to get.
So, like, do the people we know today, were they designing cards at this point? Like, when Jason came in and it became Jasko era UFS, was it like Tim Friedley and Shane and J-Ray and them? Like, was it still those guys? Were those the designers? Because I know some of them came in way later. Like, I know Church came in way later. But who was like day one Jasko designers?
Get it here. This was this Tides of Vengeance set was really the first time we saw flip used as a cost. Before this, we had some foundations being turned face down as part of effects and stuff. But Tides is really the first set where we started to see, like, okay, well, to take this even further, to stop these, like, forever staging areas, endless, reusable defensive pieces, just, getting slammed over and over and over again and being an unbeatable wall, we're going to start making some of these abilities flip costs. So you get them essentially once per game. And Perfect Accuracy was one of those. There were, plenty more in the Tides of Vengeance set. And yeah, this is where flip costs began. And
Tim was 2020? I thought Tim was like the OG. Interesting. Shane was with them? Good old J-Ray. The UFS house? Was that just like a community group?
It was very, very wordy at first. They did not make flip into a terminology. So it says, he turned this foundation face down, do the effect, and then it has to specify this card is considered a foundation with a blank text box.
It's crazy how with keywords this becomes like barely a sentence.
They before too long they just started saying flip and just made it a rule, right? Because they kept making these cards and it was always taking up a ton of space. And also in Tides of Events we have Divine Tribulation and Kaplow. So these were both very, very meta-defining cards, and my highlight for these is that it's really the first time the desperation keywords as a difficulty reduction mechanism, became kind of a problem. So Desperation been around the whole time. There were always cards with... so if you don't know, Desperation was a keyword that said if you're at less than half health, this attack's difficulty is now this number. And the Desperation cards before this, you know, they might get one less difficulty or something, or just weren't that powerful or whatever. And in Tides of Vengeance, with these two cards, they really sort of pushed that envelope and made a 6 difficulty, effectively 5 high 7 with multiple, and an 8 difficulty 5 high 10 reversal with stun 2, into a 3 difficulty and a 5 difficulty respectively. And that metagame, I don't think either of these cards ever... Compile might have at some point gotten some sort of a ban or similar equivalent, but that metagame pretty much...
Dude, these cards are crazy. -3 difficulty at Desperation? One of them reveals their hand? Your next one's free?
Taught us the lesson that, yes, you can take Desperation too far, because you end up with games where... And it's not a very good play experience to be like, well... If I attack my opponent, their giant bomb attacks are going to have -3 difficulty, and I'm going to lose for it, right? And we've always had some of that with reversals and stuff too, but it was just a very, very extreme, punish.
Yeah, I knew that Shane. Excuse me, I knew that Shane came back for MHA era. I just didn't know what the time frame of him working for them was before. I just know he did at some point. Because when we were at the HLC, I hung out with him a lot, and he was telling me, a lot about working for Jasco and how crazy and wild and chaotic it was back then.
For trying to make progress towards winning the game, and people didn't really, wasn't a dynamic that people ever particularly liked. So this was sort of the first ring of the bell that would eventually to the Desperation just not being included in MHA at all, and it got a couple swings back before that, but this was really the first time it's like, wow, okay, just as the raw difficulty, that this Desperation mechanic can be a problem. And when it did reappear later with, for instance, Scorpion, it wasn't really the difficulties that were powering the problem, it was just the power level of the Desperation blocked abilities.
I think Desperation is okay, right? Like, multiple is different because multiple is not like a condition, right? It was just not a very balanced ability. It was hard to balance around multiple, but Desperation is just a condition, right? So you just have to not make the benefits of it nuts. I mean, maybe it's hard to make them worth it. I don't know. I think you just can't make it like the primary point of a card. It can just be like, little stuff like how quick to act is, right? It's just a random 0 with an off zone. You'd play it anyway, but it also has like random cool Desperation thing. And then also like if you look at attacks, like Dropkick Slicer is like a sweet attack in its own right. Also has like a random cool Desperation thing. I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's impossible to balance around. Like it's just a condition, You just have to not say Desperation, this gets -3 difficulty. That's like definitely not okay, but that's just like the effect itself and not really the condition. That's just kind of like my understanding.
One moment for water. We'll look at Vespera. So Vespera wasn't really the first of anything per se. There weren't too many reversal themed decks that were very good before her. There were a couple, but this was a starter character, and she was a big problem. So she has 3 enhances that give attacks -speed depending on their zone, basically, and she could lose 2 health after she blocks to go pick up a reversal from her.
Yeah, this is nuts. This is
obviously then reversal with it, and so on and so forth.
This is not okay.
This was at the very minimum, it was a local store stomper. It was, miserable to play against. You couldn't attack into it at all without it. Like every time you attacked it, you felt like you came out worse for your efforts of trying. And pretty much if you couldn't, commit her or shut her off or go after her discard pile or something, or at some point just playing an overwhelming number of attacks so that reversals didn't matter or whatever. It's just very bad, especially for new players, but even in general, right? People kind of hated playing against Vespera.
Yeah, this is definitely not okay.
It was very damaging to the game's efforts to grow from being, left for dead and then picked up by a small company. And, now when you do get stores on board, players are getting fed up with having to deal with Vespera all the time. So this was, not only sort of a first shot across the bow of like, okay, it is possible for reversal to be a problem, right? Which it was never really that much of a thing before that, aside from a couple like weird edge cases, right? But also, a lot of upcoming sets and power levels and whatnot, and the way this is the reason we ended up with the safe keyword. I think I'll end up with the first safe attack somewhere on here. I'm thinking I forgot a card from these slides, by the way. I'm gonna have to go. I'll find a way to like custom bring it up here. But
Pass Tim Keefe. What did you forget?
Just Vespera's impact led to a lot of reactions, a lot of reactionary design.
I can see how like all of those reactions being really important in such like a critical time for the game, right? Like being basically like you said, right? Being picked up from Jasco and then just being like, yeah, we're living on a prayer here, right? Every bad meta or every negative play experience is like 2 times as damaging. Makes me kind of wonder, like, man, it really puts into perspective how like this game has survived past the Kirishima monster era of set 1. Granted, that got dealt with like really fast. It got dealt with really, really fast. I wonder if maybe they've kind of gotten comfortable, since then. Because she was a starter. Makes sense. Pretty tough to ban a starter character. Even tougher to errata her, because then you have all the new players buying the product, and then they have to remember that their character is different now. Yeah, it's tough. That's a tough spot.
Design and follow up in the way things were done for the next few years. A lot of stuff was.
That's crazy. We haven't even talked about Deadlock yet. We're like so far into the game's history, haven't even mentioned Deadlock yet.
Centered around, we need to make sure Vespera is beatable because they didn't want to ban a starter deck character, right? Okay, so we have Martial Arts Champion up here. I'll hit that in a minute.
Oh. Hey!
We're skipping a slide ahead. There's
Hey!
our first save card.
I had a bunch of that one.
But I'm just gonna go into UVS Ultra, and I can't believe this is like the card that kind of gave me the idea to even make a list like this.
Girl like any
Let's talk
other.
about a girl like any other. So this was the first Red Horizon set card, and it's a 1/5 foundation that says Enhanced Commit. This attack gets -3 speed. Minimum 0, you couldn't make an attack less than 0 speed with this, but nonetheless.
Is this a 1/5?
Before this set, before Red Horizon, the idea of foundations reducing speed was relatively foreign. There were 1 or 2 foundations that did printed speed resets. I think there was one that actually gave an attack minus speed, but it just wasn't a thing. And nowadays it's almost like a staple. You're just expected to have these foundations in your deck, almost in a lot of cases. And it was not always like that. Before the Red Horizon set came out, it was just, if you made speed go up, it was not going down for the most part. So, it really, really turned out to be...
If you made speed go up, it was not coming down. If you pump it, they will die. That's a scary sentence to old Levi, man.
Be a big change. The introduction of Girl Like Any Other cards like it that reduce speed. We saw more reset to print and speed. And then on the back of that, because now everyone's playing foundations that reduce speed, the speed numbers on our attacks have to get higher, and there's more speed boosting. And it's always been a bit of an arms race of, how is the speed reduction available, balanced around the speed boosting available, and if one's a little too strong, then the other gets stronger, and sometimes that's too strong, and then, decks that aren't running speed boost or aren't running speed reduction, end up in trouble, and we're seeing some of that now with this MHA format, right? You can decide which came first, but for argument's sake, you have Momo and Eraserhead shaving 2 speed off of everything, and so now you need to give decks access to more speed boost to catch up, and so now we have One with Nature, we have Snack Time, and now maybe that's too much, and deck...
I genuinely wonder how much speed pump there would be in the game if Eraserhead and Momo weren't characters. Genuinely. I genuinely wonder. Because, like, those characters are the only time that most of the speed pump in this game, the really good speed pump, doesn't feel like it's wild. Because, like, when I'm playing, like, when I'm playing a 7-hander that doesn't reduce speed on face, and you build One with Nature, I'm like, cool, I don't block anymore this game.
Decks that aren't really in this speed race have a hard time competing. And we very much had some of that early on, in these Red Horizon formats as well. All right, back to our actual slideshow. So you'll notice that Martial Arts Champion is an older card. They actually reprinted a handful of old cards in these early Red Horizon days, and not long after this, Martial Arts Champion became a problem. So, or enough of a problem. So there were... this is a Foundation says response commit after your opponent plays an ability that will draw cards or add cards to their hand, cancel it. And what you might notice is that there's no non-character clause on there. This card is allowed to hit characters, and there were some decks at the time that were otherwise very good that if Martial Arts Champions showed up, they stopped operating, right? Because their character became blank. They couldn't play their character's main ability because it would just get it turned into stun 1.
Ah, so you could cancel...
And this was...
whatever we were just talking about, the start of that character. That starts with a V. You can cancel that.
Eventually enough of a problem that they errated this card to say non-character, and going forward after this, for the most part, with a couple of exceptions, whenever they printed something like this, you would get this non-character clause on it, and that's arguably even gone too far, right? There's some things that are like barely a little slap on the wrist that have a non-character clause on it that maybe don't need it. But sometimes they've forgotten it, and it has kind of been a problem where some characters haven't been viable because like XYZ just cancels them, right? And so it's been an ongoing thing, but this is really what started the trend of like whenever there's an ability that cancels something or responds to an ability being played that does XYZ, there's very often a non-character clause attached to it, and that's because of Martial Arts Champion.
I didn't even realize that the response on Vespera was not once per turn. That's crazy that got printed. That's crazy that got printed.
Alright, next we have Power Wave. This was the first safe attack, and safe is a keyword that's not an MHA because a reversal is not an MHA. And safe just says your opponent can't reversal this. And this is one of those reactions to Vespera. They started showing up in the King of Fighters block, which were the sets after that Tides of Vengeance set. And it would eventually be keyworded because, Vespera kept being competitive even as they started banning some of her pieces and whatnot. And people continued to be fed up with that, so they kept, they printed a few of these can't play an attack as a reversal cards, and then eventually started keywording it and putting it in more and more so that people could, if they really wanted to, they could craft an attack lineup that was mostly safe so that they could play into Vespera.
Sideboard all safe attacks.
Next we have Maxima. So this guy was definitely banned.
I have seen this guy. I have been shown this guy. Freaking Kirishima.
He's going to look very similar to Kirishima 1 dot. To old players, not really much surprise also had to be touched. But this was, the power level aside, this was sort of the first time that Maxima and his teammates K-Dash and Kula were the first time that sort of picking up foundations was used as a theme. And this is sort of piggybacking off of, we've added these flip costs, and now what else can we do? Now we're turning all these foundations face down, and we're building face down foundations from our deck and stuff. Well, what if we start picking up foundations as a quote-unquote cost? And, we're all familiar with how that actually plays out and how much, it is very often equal.
Oh, we familiar as hell, boys. We familiar as hell.
As much of a benefit as it is a cost, if not more of a benefit. And these characters were not, at least Maxima and K-Dash were definitely tuned as if the pickup was more of a cost than it actually was, and they were both problems to varying degrees. Kula was a little more restricted but she sort of did a little bit less. She picked up a foundation to cancel and enhance, which was very good, but it's kind of all she did. Because, negation, from the old days, right, we knew that negating was very strong, right? So Kula was kept a little bit more in check, but this is the first time that picking up foundations was really a thing in a set of cards. Also from that same Ruler of Time set, the second King of Fighters set is Mature. And I want to say this might not be precisely true, but so Mature has an ability that lets you lose 2 health to make all your checks to play mid attacks get +2 for the turn. And people leveraged this to make decks that were actually 59 attacks. 59 attacks in one copy of Mature. And we're always going to... all the attacks are mid, so we're always going to check 5s, and we're just going to play strings of pretty much 3 difficulty attacks. And we're always going to have a 6-attack hand, because we can't not have a 6-attack hand. And at some point, you're going to fall over to this. Right? It might not be on turn 2, but you cannot deal with 6 attacks being thrown at every single turn at you for very long, right?
Were there just like 3 diffs that could help you pass checks too? I mean, if you're checking all 5s on a 3, on a 4, on a 5, on a 6, commit your character, that's like 4? Which is like still messed up. That's still like super duper messed up.
And obviously that deck was a problem. It got banned. There were some similar vibe kind of Mature inspired decks that ran like 40 attacks or just a little bit more than half attacks that followed up to a
disgusting.
little not too long after. There's Tomahawk Man decks, some Zoe decks, and this led to, I believe at one point there were a couple sets where they didn't print any 3 difficulty attacks at all.
Yeah, Baltic. We did see that card.
There was
Messed
a lot
up.
of concern about how dangerous 3 difficulty attacks could be if you made too many of them, or if they did too much check boosting or whatnot. And there's still, probably even going on now, just looking at some of the MHA sets, there's a lot of fear around.
Yeah, dude. Especially like set 1. Besides sound waves, the 3 diffs in set 1 are like extremely mediocre. And like we're only still starting to see like relevant ones. Like the Eraserhead one is really good. But that card's also like, that card is really good when you're not playing it as a 3 diff, right? That card's like actually just a really good 7 diff that ignores progressive difficulty. Depending on how you want to think about that.
3 difficulty critical mass is a possible thing that could be a problem at some point. Notably, though, it requires a character that's doing this much to help you pass all your checks, right? But, those characters exist sometimes, and if you get the right mix of, a character that's just good enough at it and enough 3 difficulty attacks that are good enough to do their thing, then it can be a problem. So it's been something that Jessica's been very wary of ever since.
I really like... I feel like 3 diffs becoming more just kind of like really, really cheap little utility things is really good. Like, I think 3 diffs should be annoying. 3 diffs should be annoying. Like the Moonfish one in set 4. I love that card. I think that card is like the perfect example of what a 3 diff should be. Like, it does a cool thing, it flips something, it's a 2-speed low, and it has an on-hit effect. That's like premium annoying design space. It's like not offensive at all. It's just a little pest of an attack. I love that.
Next we have Nivose. And this card is a very, very slow attack that gets +1 damage each time your opponent passes an enhance. And this is maybe not technically a straight line from Nivose to Deadlock existing, but very close to a straight line from Nivose to Deadlock existing. So there were
Really?
Mainly Garrett Brett, but also a few other players that would play these decks that were built to play defense, build a huge staging area, like 20, 30 foundations. And that could kill you with other stuff. They had other attacks in their decks. They were not 4-attack decks or anything, but Nivose was, sort of the MVP, and these decks would be built to where they would have a lot of free enhances, or all their foundations would have some enhance that they could play. And at some point, I have 30 foundations that all have 1 or 2 enhances on them, and you have 15, 20 foundations, and some of them don't. Some of them are face down, some of them don't have enhancers, whatever. I'm going to play all my enhancers. My Nevosa is going to come for 20. And a lot of those enhancers are going to increase its speed, so you can't actually block this. And those decks were very effective and played very, very long games, and led to some very, very long top cuts. And some very, very frustrated Jasco staff members who had to stand by and watch these games, right? And so not too many sets after, actually quite a few, a fair few sets after this, but these
Be like, this guy just built to 40, and he's waiting to draw Nevose. Boys, we're gonna have venues closing. We're gonna have to move this finals to the old Waffle House, lads. The Waffle House Cup, Waffle House HLC, lads.
Nevose decks took a little while to really show up and come to fruition, I want to say. I don't think they were quite things immediately out of the box, but there were a couple years where these super defensive air decks were kind of at the top of the meta, and just playing these really super long games. And eventually, Jasco got sufficiently fed up with this that they started printing Deadlock things. But before that, we had the Mega Man and Darkstalker sets.
So I got shown this card recently because one of the old heads was like looking at the new Gran Torino asset and was like, hey, that's Yellow Scarf. And I was like, what? And they showed me this and they're like, Yellow Scarf. And I was like, oh, because Gran Torino has a yellow scarf. Oh, I love when the design team does really, really, really cute connections there.
And the card I have here is Yellow Scarf, and this isn't really about Yellow Scarf, but I want to make the point. So this card has an ability that says E-Destroy. You can use any ranged attack to try to block this attack as if it had a +0 mid-block. And that is a callback to a change that happened with this set. It used to be that every ranged card would have this text. It could block another ranged attack specifically, as if it had a +0 mid-block, and it was supposed to represent two Hadoukens shooting at each other, right? If you're in a fighting game, you shoot two ranged attacks at each other, normally cancel each other out, so it's a flavor thing. Ranged attacks would always have this clause on them where they could block other ranged attacks really easily, and at some point they even keyworded this, right? Where they didn't even put that text on the cards anymore, it was just the keyword ability of ranged. Well, insert Mega Man set, 90% of the attacks in Mega Man are ranged, right? Flavor-wise. That's just how that IP works, and this just wasn't a tenable situation anymore, so they did away with ranged being a keyword like that at this time. But up until then, ranged always has this funky functionality on it. Also, the Mega Man set, this is Top Spin is shown here. This is one of the first slam cards.
Oh.
So in Mega Man, pretty much the way you take damage is either something is shot at you or somebody runs into you. And, bosses had like one or two actual moves. And we, need a way to represent them just kind of running into you. 'Cause some of the boss fights were designed of like, that was the threat, was the boss was just going to run into you. And also, shoulder tackles, maybe some elbow smash, some headbutts, things like that weren't really punches or kicks or anything, and kind of needed a keyword. So they came up with the slam keyword trait to represent those sorts of things. And it's not always been used like that, but that's sort of the idea behind it.
I wonder if we'll ever see MHA pick up like a new keyword trait. I don't really know what they could do. I really don't know what they could do. Like, I don't think there's any like attack type that like our current slew of them doesn't cover. But just a thought. Just a thought. Just want new combos.
And now, a few sets later, with the World of Indians release, which is a level 99 IP.
A what?
That is from BattleCon, if you've seen those board games. But this Armor Expert card has the text players with more than 10 foundations add a foundation to the top of their deck. And this was the start of Deadlock. It was not a keyword for this set. It was a keyword not very long after, though. And Indians sort of saw the first experimental cards that were meant to stop these. Nevo said.
So like, not like Echo, not like a keyword ability, just a new keyword trait, right? Like just a new trait. Like no ability for it, but just something to like define the attack. And then like reference for, like punch or kick or something.
Say in other, really late game, we're just gonna play until we both have 20+ foundations, and our top cuts matches are all going to take hours kinds of decks.
Gundams?
Shortly after the Indies release, there was the Red Horizon Blood Omen set, and they introduced a bunch of keyword traits with this set. They decided that, punch, kick, ranged, weapon at slam wasn't enough, and so they added a bunch more keyword traits. We got charge in this set, we got fury in this set, and we got tech in this set. 3 new keyword traits that to throw into the mix of things now we see now in MHA, right? There's stuff that's based around charge attacks, stuff that's based around fury attacks, stuff based around tech attacks, and their level of definition varies. Charge, I think, was originally supposed to be so that they could do something with any of those Street Fighter moves where the input is to hold a button and then press the other button.
Oh.
It is like a charge attack in Street Fighter, and so they wanted that to be a keyword that they could put on things.
That's really cute.
Kind of nowadays gets used for general like electricity stuff, or somebody's charging at somebody or something with energies going on. Fury's never been well defined. It's kind of just someone's angry, so they make it a Fury move. Tech is obviously something technological. And really, it's also sort of where we started to get this keyword soup stuff, right?
I'm trying to form Voltron.
Like, okay, this is range, but it's also tech, but we could also call it a weapon. We're just going to put them all on here because we have so many traits and so many different trait decks that, we want to give cards multiple traits so that they feel more useful, so that they don't just only go in one kind of deck and things like that. So this is where, like, the keyword count per card really spiked up starting with this set. Also in this set, there's Pulse Flare. This is one of the first EX cards. EX was actually not a keyword until relatively late into the game's lifetime, really until 2016, before EX showed up. And that sounds funny because it seems so obvious, right? Why not just have a speed version of Powerful? But it wasn't until Blood Omen that EX showed up.
I never would have thought that. Definitely could have told me that EX and Powerful happened at the same time. I would have never thought otherwise.
Pulse Flare, one of the cooler entries where the EX ability was used quite a bit. And then a few sets later, we have Spike here. This is nothing specific about Spike himself, but after Blood Omen and the resulting Street Fighter set and sort of...
For a while, I thought that they were gonna get like Pierce or Stab or something as a keyword in MHA, just because there's like so many knife and sword wielders, but they just made them all weapons, which is probably just fine. I also thought that for set 4 they might have done like a villain keyword, like heinous or something like that, and like it could just be for the villain characters. I really thought that something like that was gonna happen. I was really on the we're gonna get some kind of villain only keyword, some kind of only villains get to do this type of thing.
The power levels were quite a bit lower than they had been at various points in the past. A lot of people liked that, but also, Jessica kind of decided this was a bit of a problem that cards were so low powered, because you had situations where they felt like, first of all, the characters themselves didn't feel strong enough, and second of all, it felt like it was hard to get players into the game, because if you just sort of picked up a pile of cards, you probably couldn't kill anybody with it if you just sort of built your own deck.
But ranged already covers guns. Ranged already covers guns. Without distinction on the character. So like I really just I don't, again, it wouldn't be like anything like that. It would just be like, say for example the keyword was heinous, right? And you would just have an attack that has the heinous keyword, and then there would be combo heinous, or you might have a new Shigaraki that says give your heinous attack this whatever. It wouldn't be like something that does anything. Again, it's just a trait for reference. That's like a tangent though. That's like a tangent. I'll do a keyword theory video one day. For now though, it's Bebop time.
And sort of the power levels were quite a bit lower than they had been at various points in the past. A lot of people liked that, but also, Jessica kind of decided this was a bit of a problem that cards were so low powered, because you had situations where they felt like, first of all, the characters themselves didn't feel strong enough, and second of all, it felt like it was hard to get players into the game, because if you just sort of picked up a pile of cards, you probably couldn't kill anybody with it if you just sort of built your own deck. It was was really hard for a lot of new players to build decks that could kill people because kill conditions relied on very specific things, right? You had to have XYZ multiple tech. You had to be running one of the the 10 best attacks in the format or whatever, have this very specific strategy. And so any given someone just picking up their favorite Street Fighter character and building a deck wasn't actually killing anybody with it ever.
That is most definitely, I can see that influence, because that is most definitely not a thing in MHA. I can give you commons that will murder people. I can give you rares that will slaughter and decimate people. Like, just straight up obliterate them.
It was a bit of a problem for barrier to entry the game, so with the Cowboy Bebop set for the ensuing couple of years, they started really ramping power levels up, in part to try to get at this problem. And obviously, power creep has its own issues, right? But, as you can see, Spike here is really pushed, even by today's standards. He is a 7 hand size, 24 health character that can flip foundations for plus or minus 2 speed and puts plus or minus 1 damage on everything as long as you have more face downs than your opponent. Kind of a familiar model to a 7 hand size we know from these days, but with kind of a mix of Eraserhead and Tokoyami here, right? If that sounds scary, you're right. He was very good for pretty much the entire time he was in the format. He was only the top deck kind of briefly because they continued to creep power up, and there were decks doing more powerful things with synergies, and Spike was just kind of a generic good stuff guy. But always very...
Yeah, flip for minus 2 speed is just like extremely free. But also very, very power creepable. Very, very power creepable.
Good, obviously. But yeah, it was sort of the harbinger of the Bebop era, as we call it. Also with this set,
Jet!
I think this is going to be one of our last cards here. I don't think we have too many left. It's probably just going to be a couple first. So Jet is here. He discards cards from the top of his deck for +2 damage, and this was really a new idea in Cowboy Bebop. So this whole idea of self-mill being a theme, and particularly a fire theme, was a brand new concept as of just a few years ago when Cowboy Bebop came out. Before that, it wasn't really a thing or a strategy in the game where you had a symbol that did a lot of stuff with milling cards in the discard pile. It was a brand new idea, relatively recent. And Jet and Mad Pro from the Bebop set were sort of the big starters of this. The next set in Mortal Kombat...
That's crazy that, like, self-mill took that long to become a thing. That's actually, like, really wild. Like, did you not have, like, characters that hurt themselves? Like, I guess, like, losing health, right, is just always a way to represent that. But, man, milling is such, like, a good way to alternatively represent that. Like, All Might's the best example, right? Like, All Might has all these different ways to kill himself, but he uses, like, it's, like, so cool. It's so cool.
We got a 4-hander named Goro, and, so he's a 4-hand size. He gets to go search his discard pile for what 4 cards he wants to have each turn, basically. And he has 40 health, and he put a lot of damage on things, and it was kind of obvious from the outset that he would eventually be banned. He was eventually be banned. They also made, because Mortal Kombat theming, they made Shiva another 4-hand size, 40 health character. That wasn't as problematic, but had some synergies, and these two kind of rung the death bell of 4-handers. After these two and the problems that they caused, Jasco decided they're just not going to do 4-handers anymore, because trying to make a 4-hand size character that's strong enough to, like, really be viable, it by definition means you're making some really high roll abilities at a bare minimum, if not just overly overpowered abilities, just to make them feel plausible. And it's too much trouble for what it's worth, so that's why Fourth Kind is not a 4-hander, for instance. But these two are really the last 4-hand size that they printed.
I wish I could be in the room when they had the conversation of, okay, guys, we're making Fourth Kind. All in favor of not making him a 4-hander. And it's like everyone raises their hands except, like, one son of a gun. And they're just like, you didn't live through it. They sit that guy down. They jam, like, 20 Goro games, 20 Shiva games into him. And he's like, I understand now. 5-hander, Fourth Kind it is. Some 5-handers are just, like, egregious enough. We do not need to be diving into 4 territory again.
And I think this might be, lastly, going forth to the 7th cross set. So first of all, we have this gauge keyword that has really only existed for a couple sets, because we're not using an MHA, obviously, but it helps you do character stacking effects. If you land a gauge move for its gauge rating and damage, then you get to go search your deck and discard pile for any character and build it. And also on Ashen Claws, this is the first time freeze showed up as a term. Before 2019, if we wanted to do anything that froze stuff, it would just be spelled out, right? That card doesn't ready during the next ready step. It wasn't until 7th Cross that they decided to make that a term, and they haven't done a ton with it. There's been like one freeze-themed character. It's kind of been on a few cards here and there, but yeah, it wasn't really a term until this set. Anybody?
I'm really surprised with, I didn't realize freeze was that new. I'm surprised with how new freeze is. They didn't bring it into MHA at first. It's pretty interesting. Especially with like Todoroki 1, who is I only use Ice Todoroki in set 1. It's pretty crazy that they didn't want to make that a freeze character. And they made another Todoroki in set 2 and said, nope, we're still not going to do it.
And that is all. So this seems like it's probably gone on for a solid hour. So thanks to anyone that actually sat there and listened through this whole thing.
That's all of us.
I guess let me know in the comments if this was interesting to you. I have no idea how much entertainment value there is in this. It just kind of started as an idea of something that would not take as long, and it turned into something that was like, whatever, we'll just do a full little history tour. I'm sure I missed some cards, but you know, any fellow boomers in chat can point out whatever they want. Should be some fun conversations in there. Yeah, I won't keep you any longer.
Everyone
Thanks
go give
for
Tim,
seeing through this
go
whole
give him a
thing,
nice comment. And also subscribe to his
interesting at
channel.
some level. Right,
Subscribe to his channel and give him a nice comment. Obviously he's in here, so it's not gonna be a surprise. But go give him a nice comment. Cause that was a freaking sick video. That was a really darn cool video. I love all the other old heads down here in the comment section also appreciating it. The boomers coagulating. I love it. I think it's like stuff like this is so cool though. Like going to events and talking to old heads and learning history is like one of my favorite parts about going to events. It's so much fun. They've never really known what to do with freeze. Yeah, I mean, it is scary. It is a pretty tough one to balance. It is a pretty tough one. I think if they leaned more into like, I think if they leaned more into it like stun, like just do a lot of your rival chooses one and freezes it. Because I think it's the targeted freezing. Also commit and freeze. Commit and freeze is like a nutty set of words because it's like stun 1 but like 3 times. It's pretty crazy. Commit and freeze is pretty crazy, but like just normal freeze, I think you could put on a lot more. But it is, yeah, I mean, even cards like Conflict of Ideologies that don't commit and freeze and also ask you to commit one of your own, those cards even feel a little wild sometimes. There is definitely like, yeah, it's hard to balance. It's hard to balance. Because even when you're not committing and freezing, just freezing is like stun 1 twice. Kind of. Freeze needs to also not allow the cards to be affected by ready effects. I mean, that definitely makes it stronger and makes it less feels bad, but I think ready effects just need to be a natural counter to freeze. I think that's actually just okay. I think that's fine. That falls more into the argument of MHA probably shouldn't have so many ready effects is probably where that actually shouldn't. That's the conversation that should probably happen there. That's probably what should happen there. I'd love to see them do more stuff with freeze though. Like I love Stain 2. He's like mediocre, but I love that character because it's just like, I don't know, man, getting to, I don't know. I think what's really scary is freeze and commit and freeze is like the closest this game starts to get to like control deck territory, right? Because like I'm not gonna lie, like Stain 2, he's a mediocre character, but when I build like a Proud Scion or 2 of them and then like a class lineup and then I commit and freeze every turn, and for like the first 3 or 4 turns of the game you're playing with like 3 fewer foundations, that can get like really like lockdown really fast. So I think like stacking them is what can get a little frightening. But then also they can just build a requesting assistance, right? And then suddenly none of that really exists for a turn. So I don't know. I think there's enough natural counters to it where I would like to see them play more with it. Like I want to play Todoroki 3 just because he says the words commit and freeze on him. I just love those words. I think it's also like, you know, I don't know. Freeze is tough to balance too because it's one of those scaling mechanics, right? Freeze a Foundation is an effect that's like insane in the first 3 turns of the game, and after that really falls off. Really falls off. Except for a heavy control meta, I don't think it has to be that hardcore. I mean, it depends. Obviously, if you make it like busted, it's not okay, right? Nothing is. Nothing is. It would just be like cool if it was a viable strategy. Be cool if it was a viable strategy. Like right now, I put a lot of order characters under this archetype of this character has some kind of commit ability, like commit your rival's foundations ability, and you can play them in a pile of like 35 order cards that all just say commit something, and it's like a viable deck just because that much of that coming together just can be strong. It just can be. We aren't going to hit Grey Wars ever again. Yeah, I think there's too many things in the format. So it'd be really hard to get to that point again. They printed a lot of crazy deadlocks since set 2. They printed a lot of crazy deadlocks in set 2. I mean, the second order is like a really real symbol in the meta. You know, just start playing Glacial Storm decks again. That definitely did the trick. that definitely did the trick. Most certainly. You don't know. I definitely like to see more of it. I don't know. I really like new things being added and like explored in the game, as long as they can like add cool things to it. I would be super down for some more keywords and some more keyword traits. I think like obviously it makes like getting into the game a little bit, you know, more like information barrier, but I don't know, dude. This game is so hardcore, crazy complicated and deep already that I don't know. I don't think it's something like that you just super have to worry about. As long as they're intuitive, right? As long as they're intuitive. I could be a new player and you could say, I freeze your card. And I'd go, what's that do? And you just go, it doesn't ready during the ready step. And you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense to me. Now, if you're a new player and then I hit you with my gauge card, you know, there's like a lot of words to say. And there are also a lot of words that could easily be forgotten, right? Okay, really, oh no, why is Kirishima behind me? Why is Kirishima behind me? Replay it. No, he's still behind me. Kirishima, please. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thanks, Josh. Welcome aboard, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, bro. The James Hata champ cards on Discord. Oh, yeah, I see them. Yeah, I see them. So wait, this is the designer guy that they brought on, that they were talking about, right? But he got champ cards? I didn't know that. Did he get champ cards? Well, obviously it would have had to have been before, right? Or is this a different name that I'm remembering incorrectly? I thought this was the designer guy that they were talking about. Yeah. James Hata 2, 628. Commit a foundation, change the zone of this to any other zone. After you commit one or more foundations, your attack gets 1/1. Holy cow. Not during the enhanced step? So like if you pay for stuff, yeah, that's nuts. That's nuts. Also, I love how extra this art is. I adore how extra this is. This guy said, hey, dude, I'm going crazy with it. I want this demon on my back. I want freaking double katanas. I want a fedora on. I want these robes flowing everywhere. I want the eclipsed moon in the background. That's extremely extra. What's the other one do? He works for Riot now? Oh, holy cow. That's awesome. Good for him. Does he work on Runeterra? Or does he do other stuff, other non-card game stuff for Riot? 630, good start. Commit 2 foundations. After you play an attack, commit a foundation or asset in your opponent's staging area. Get speed equal to the difficulty. That's very good. That is very good. That is very, very strong. Discard a card played as a block from its card pool. Your attack gets X damage, X equals the block modifier. That's also quite strong. That's also quite strong. And coming in at the 5/10, boys. Amazing. Amazing. Oh, hang on. Frickin' Twitter says formerly Runeterra, now League of Legends. That's very cool. Hang on. We have one more super duper cool thing. Go back to the browser screen. Something else that Mr. Tim Keefe, the creator of that lovely video, sent me was this. So this is a forum post that we'll read together. This is a forum post that is apparently the end. It's gonna be two forum posts that are apparently like the end of the game and then Jason picking it up. So let's see. Hello everyone, it's finally time for the December 2009 SOTG. I have a lot I want to go over. First, I want to review the last 2 years of the game. I think it is important to see where we've been to understand where we are at. Release 8 came out in February, selling well. Concerns surfaced about the card pool and the impact it would have on the metagame, including the extremely hard to get starter box topper Blood Runs True. On top of that, shortly after the set's release, it was announced that Fantasy Flight Games had bought UFS from Sabretooth Games and that Sabretooth Games was being shut down. This 11th hour rescue by Fantasy Flight Games saved UFS from being shut down along with Sabretooth Games, but that was a big shock to the play community. When combined with the issues Release 8 caused with the card pool, the bad economy, and a general decline in CCGs, we saw many players leave the game. In hindsight, it is also clear that many left because they were just ready to move on. The game was at its 2-year mark, which is longer than most games survive, and they were ready to go. Release 9 was slightly late, but sold very well on release. The Darkstalkers set even sold out, which was the first time in quite a while. It was clear during the summer tournament season that the metagame had improvement, but that cards would need to be banned. During that summer, there it is, James Hata was hired to become the new lead designer and agreed to start after Gen Con so he could take his last shot at immortality. James did indeed win Gen Con, but the convention had issues in addition to the card pool, where we banned some key problem cards. There were space issues that forced us to run grinders to qualify for the main event, and while I was able to secure extra space at the last minute to accommodate everyone, dozens of players stayed away because of this. Release 10 debuted at Gen Con and will go down as one of the worst received sets. This combined with the recent bans, which is a no-win situation because if we didn't ban those cards, people still would have left, the lingering metagame issues, and a worsening economy caused even more players to leave the game. It's crazy how many times that this game has been so close to death, literally on the brink of it, to come back by a miracle and get to where we are today. Wild. Release 11 was better received, but by now our extensive analysis of sales showed the player base had dropped to under 1,000 players and was in critical condition. Under 1,000 players. That's less subscribers than I have. That's crazy. Fantasy Flight believed in the game and instead of canceling it, decided to put a massive push behind the game to try and turn it around. Several initiatives were enacted over the year, the first of which was the 3rd anniversary promotion for the 12th release. Release 12 was slightly late and came out in March. This was also the month the Invitational took place, another huge and expensive effort to turn things around. Yes, I know that Sabretooth Games had promised to hold an Invitational, but Fantasy Flight Games did not have to follow through on a promise it did not make, especially for a game that was struggling so badly. So they did it anyway, even though they didn't have to. 51 people attended. 51. But everyone had a great time and I consider it a success. It was a good morale boosting event. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for the 3rd anniversary promotion. Though we had around 200 stores sign up for the event and receive the free displays of product, sales increased only slightly. At this point, we needed to take more action to try and turn things around, analyzing every facet of the business. We decided to begin offering 1 set every release instead of 2. With the economy in such bad shape, we hope that releasing fewer cards, thereby making it easier to play the game, would bring back old players and attract new ones. We also made the decision to stop printing foil cards in an effort to hold down costs and minimize our losses. You see, when it comes to printing CCGs, it's all about volume. The more cards you print, the cheaper they are. However, by this point in time, the volumes were so low that the print costs were astronomical. Wow, that's so interesting. It's so interesting how like you can reach a critical minimal degree to where that whole relationship, that whole dynamic gets just thrown into whack. Also, to address the metagame, we banned several cards over the summer in an attempt to open things up. We also announced a special mini-block format that we hoped would serve two purposes. One, give the players upset with the current metagame another format to enjoy. Two, it was a great way for new players to get into the game. 86 players played in the World Championship at Gen Con, and it was clear the number of massive bans was not enough. The meta was still in bad shape. This presented a problem that only drastic action could address, as the number of cards would need to be banned was unacceptable. We decided that we had to go with the nuclear option that we had hoped to avoid, and we announced an early rotation. Wow. Pre-orders for the new Tekken set spiked almost overnight. We did ship out more Tekken at release than we had of any set since the release 9, and it looked like things were finally turning around. Sadly, it turned out that the rotation announcement, combined with the beefed up pre-release kits, caused the sales to front load, and therefore orders were scarce. Even though people really love the set, it has sold only a little stronger than each of the release 12 sets. That's so interesting. I think that's like a really interesting space to read too, because people have really started to begin talking about rotation in MHA. This means that everything came down to the performance of the new Soul Calibur 4 set. To give it every chance to succeed, we made a new Fight Life kit at an incredible price. We also added sets from release 12 and earlier to our recent Christmas sale to try and get more people in the game. Sadly, we sold very, very little of either the kit or the Christmas sale product. Even worse, the Soul Calibur numbers have declined slightly. As painful as it is for me to say this, it is no longer viable for us to continue to move forward publishing the game. We have had significantly fewer than 1,000 players for over a year now, and the time has finally come to stop. So remember, this is the Fantasy Flight. So it's Sabretooth, now we're at Fantasy, and this is Fantasy announcing that they're moving on. This means we will not be printing any more UFS, and that the OP kits we are shipping out this month are going to be the last one. All OP will end with these kits. We literally emptied the storeroom and sent virtually everything we had left. We were shorted promos during this last print run, and I had hoped to fix the next situation with the next printing, but no more new cards are coming, so that can no longer happen. Not only have we canceled UFS, but we also announced that the Kingdom Hearts CCG is canceled as well. Fantasy Flight Games is now officially out of the CCG business, as the category has declined beyond the point where we can make it work for us. Only Magic and a very small handful of CCGs are still viable in today's market, and nearly all of those others have a cartoon or anime behind them. Not only have we canceled UFS, imagine the Fantasy Flight Games guy who wrote this, FFG Steve, back in 2009 of December 21st. Imagine him looking at the game right now and seeing where it's come. Crazy. Never would he have imagined, I'm sure. We will instead focus on our other categories where we're experiencing much greater success, including our LCG category, which has beaten our most optimistic expectations. I know many will ask why we do not convert UFS into an LCG. The biggest reason is that it's not feasible to work with the multiple licenses it would require, and frankly, with a player base of fewer than 1,000 players for over a year, it's just beyond recovery. Just beyond recovery, huh? UFS had an amazing run of nearly 4 years, which is forever in the harsh world of declining CCG sales. If you add the more than 2 years during which we worked on the game before launch, I have dedicated more than 6 years of my life to this game. I simply cannot express to you the deep sadness I feel, which I know many of you share. I want to thank everyone who has worked on or helped this great game over the years, from my Spartans in Memphis to the folks here at Fantasy Flight who continue to support the game to try and turn it around beyond all reason, as well as the rules moderators, playtesters, tournament organizers, and the amazing players who did so much over the years. No one could ask for more or a better group of people. This is my final SOTG. Thank you all for the greatest ride of my life. I look forward to playing the game for years and years to come, as it will always be one of my all-time favorite games. But first, I need to put it aside for a while, as it is just too painful right now. Final round fight, Steve. Man, this really puts it into perspective too, right? The way he talks about like being out of the CCG business, canceling other CCGs, the declining CCG sales, the terrible economy and market. It was really a whole different world back in 2009 here. Now we live, especially post-COVID, man. The COVID boom of trading card games, insane how much, man, insane how much the world has changed when it comes to trading card games. It's like actually such a different era, and it's maniacal. It is maniacal. I wonder if we can recognize any people in here. Dang. Bleep you, FFG, you killed the game. Thanks for nothing. Dang. I was quitting the game, and now I don't have a chance to sell my cards. Why didn't I just put them on eBay? I'm still going to play it, and I hope that our play group does too. It's hella expensive to do something for this, but yay for cheaper product, yeah. So unfortunately, it is a case of cancel the game before we go on vacation for 2 weeks to hide from the fallout. I just got into it and it dies. Oh my god, Soul Bad Guy? Soul Bad Guy is in here? Wow. Oh, hey, Matt Coles. Hey, look, it's Matt Coles. This is extremely sad and very disheartening for someone who has put so much time and effort into this game over the last 4 years. It's going to take a while to digest this. It's nice that Steve has been so forthcoming with the details of the last couple years of UFS. You can tell he had a passion for the game, but it still doesn't make it any easier for us to accept. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, dude, I can only imagine how like heartbreaking this would be. I mean, that's how I felt when Buddy Fight kind of died. Oh my god, there's like a million pages of comments. Holy cow. All 1,000 people are in here. All 1,000 people. It's crazy to have read all of those words and think about how the game is and how card games in general are going now. Thanks, Soul Bad Guy. Man, I don't know if we know yet if the Weiss Schwarz Guilty Gear set is coming to English or not. But God, man, if Weiss doesn't have the American rights, oh shoot, hang on. If Weiss doesn't have the American rights, God, Guilty Gear would be so perfect for this game. The perfect blend of like the fighting games of the past and the anime push as of now. But let's read this Jasco Games message. Hello everyone, as you all know by now, the 21st, the last was on the 9th, I think. As you all know by now, UFS has been canceled. I was unaware of this and have put in many hours of work to this point to help FFG with their game, which I also love. At this point, it is hard for me to say if we will still be doing a Pro Tour. Please leave me your insight. I will let you vote on either continuing the Pro Tour this year or holding one last major event in each country. I personally thought that UFS was in the best condition it had ever been in. I was shocked to find out that it will be discontinued. But as you are aware, I am a very determined fighter for the game. So, ... Can we bring it back to life? Here it is, boys. Here it is, boys. Can we bring it back to life? I was already interested in using my own money to print UFS Pro Tour only promo cards. Now it looks like I might have to pick up the license and rights to UFS altogether. I am going to talk to Steve tomorrow, the 22nd, and see if this is feasible. He said we have 1,000 players. That is a better start than 0, which is what the game had when it was launched. Would you be for Jasco Games being the official publisher and organizer of UFS in the future? It would be the only game we are focused on, and I would make vital changes to the distribution and management of the game. This is all theoretical, but I have your support, and even half of you are willing to contact me and let me know that you will help me and help the game. I will do everything in my power to revive it. So this is Jason. So this is interesting. I didn't know that like Jason Jasco was like a big part of like the Pro Tours and stuff. I didn't know that they were like, you know, putting on a bunch of the events and all of that, right? Like before, you know, they were Jasco the owners of the game. Email me at jascocollectibles@yahoo.com and feel free to call me at reasonable hours. Man put his whole phone number on here. I love it. Only the players can decide if the game can continue, so I'm leaving it up to you to contact every player to let me know there is interest in the game enough for me to invest more than any one person ever should into a game. This is my final call. If this does not work, then I appreciate everything you have done to support me and to support UFS. It was great playing with all of you, and I hope we meet again. I will tally every message I get in support of Jasco Games getting the rights to UFS. 500 is my goal. I will let you know where we stand in a week, and please post your message in the 2 weeks. Man, this is so cool. Yeah, the old Pax had his phone number. I think it was something he was planning. It wasn't in place yet. Okay. Oh, shoot, guys. Guys, who is this? There he is. Mr. Shane Duckworth. Told you so. Told you so that UFS was dying. The clues were there. Told you so that CCGs were just extra green in the pocket for FFG. Now, if we can only get another company to pick up UFS and make it into a real winner with real handling and real ambition. Where to go from here? Work on my MMA and play video games like everyone else. Final Fantasy VIII is on the PlayStation Network. I think a no-level game will consume some time. ... Shane Duckworth, in despair. In despair. Here's a little bombshell for you. I never said the game wasn't in trouble. Go back and read my defensive posts. I was pointing out facts. I've known the game was in trouble for quite some time. I was always trying to focus people on being productive and using all of the negative energy positively. I even admitted the doomsayers were right. Hiding behind sarcasm only to come back and say, yeah, I was right the whole time isn't very respectable. Your one-upsmanship is easily read, sir. Dude, Shane dropping bombs on these guys. Shane dropping bombs on these guys, man. I would so go to the gym and roll with Shane. This guy's got his custom characters. I love it. Yeah, dude. I would definitely go work out with Shane. J-Dub? Is that J-Ray? Is that J-Ray? Oh yeah, dude. Look at this. Reply. We're in max forum drama now. Dude, this is so crazy. The fact that this is stuff you can this is the true history right here. This is the true history and the deep dive. The deep dive, man. Man, this is so cool. That's not J-Ray? Okay. And then the other link you sent me. Okay, so then I guess this is Jason's own post that he made afterwards. Yeah, 5 days later. 5 days later. We are still short of our goal of 500 people in support of me bringing back UFS. Please tell everyone in your playgroups to email me and let me know you are all interested in keeping the game around and buying product in the future. Everyone who emails me will be added to my personal emailing list so I can keep everyone updated with the state of the game literally and will pass on any news or updates as soon as I can get them. Dude, imagine this. Imagine this, man. Jason with the whole player base in his email list. Dutpod? Who's Dutpod? I need everyone to support Jasco Games in this endeavor, and I will do everything in my power to keep the game alive for you. To support Jasco Games in this endeavor? MHA confirmed? MHA confirmed back in 2009? Oh, Dutpod is Garrett Brett? Okay. I have already looked into artist printers and talked with many people interested in design and playtesting. I just need everyone to stay as devoted to the game as possible until we know where the game is going. I have been writing business plans for the last 4 days straight, even through Christmas, which explains why I am writing this at 4 a.m. This is the kind of commitment you will get from me all the time, and I am very passionate about my work. I hope this gives you all some insight and a reason to hang around until the summer, which seems to be the earliest feasible time I could print a new set. Don't hold me to that. That is all still in speculation. Email sent. Sorry for the delay. You have to remember that this is a holiday season, so be patient. This is Garrett Brett now. The thing I find most interesting is that we easily have one of the most active forums and communities of any /all Fantasy Flight games. At least that is my experience with this site. I'm not saying we have over 1K players or anything. I'm just saying it surprises every now and then to realize FFG couldn't find a way to profit from the interested players here. I understand volume is the most important thing, even though you haven't received 20 plus emails from Calgary players. That is what we have, and at least 15 of them buy product. Too much product, sometimes IMO. Rampantly. Our group has grown since rotation, and we all love the game and continue to buy product. We also have a decent economy here, and usually have more than enough dough to buy it. No matter what your efforts come whatever's come to Calgary, we'll continue to play UFS in some way, shape, or form. We have a lot of good guys and girls, and the mechanics and characters hold everlasting appeal. Thank you for all of your hard work. Signed, Dut. As much trouble as Jason gets, he really did save the game and the community. He was a true king. Yeah, I've heard a lot of weird things about Jason. But the fact of the matter is, the game wouldn't be here without him. So like, I don't care about anything else I hear. He's the reason I get to play the game today. That's awesome. Oh shoot, it's Shane. Unfortunately, I am the only person from Tapo, I don't know, who has sent in an email. However, all 12 of our players are still in support of the game and are just too lazy to get on the computer and send an email. Although they knew FFG wasn't going to continue with UFS, our store sold 3 boxes of Soul Calibur VI2, Roman numerals and numbers, who knows, yesterday. Chubbs and I discussed with many of our players about the possibility of Jasco Games picking up UFS. They were pretty psyched. So Jason, we have 12 total players from Hanover who are still in support of the game and want you to relaunch UFS. You're going to have a lot more people than you think because not everyone has access to emails or just don't feel like it. Man, dude, everyone coming in with the emails in here. Our group would play, which is about 10 to 20 people. Tap out? Oh, Tap Out's a store. Tap Out's a store. I was thinking of it like a location. That makes sense. That makes sense. Man, this is so cool. Judas. My official email count after 6 days is 256. I know many of your playgroups are sending one message in regards to your entire group, but I still need messages from all of you so that you can be contacted once we get things moving. Here is something interesting. I have gotten responses from the following countries: Chile, New Zealand, Sweden, Spain, France, Portugal, who has sent an astounding numbers. Oh my God. I think it was an MMA team that playgroup named themselves after. That would make sense with Shane. That makes sense with Shane. Did the Singapore group die out? No playgroup here, and I am pretty sure that no one in this area gives a crap anymore besides me, so I'm sorry to say that you can write off the South Florida playgroup. The main guy from Tap Out died? Oh my God, what? What the hell? Sent you an email myself with the support of the shop. I have 20 diehard UFS customers that are dying for someone to pick up UFS and reassure them that they will receive new and fun sets in the future. Man, this is just so cool. With where the game is now, this is so cool. Haman Khan. Personal feud deleted? Please take it outside, gents. From FFG. Holy cow. That's crazy. OMG. So is Jasco picking up UFS or not? Shane's so ready, dude. Is there a follow-up to this one? I haven't forgot about you. Please be patient, and we will have an update for you as soon as we have everything figured out here on our end, and we are free to release information that has been discussed with FFG. Keep fighting, and I hope to bring everyone good news. Oh, things got signed. Things got signed. That's it, though. That's the end of the forum. Holy cow, man. That's so freaking cool. all the way back in 2009. 2009. How old was I? I was what? Freaking. I was like 10 or 11. Wow. Wow, man. That's wild. That's wild. Now I'm sitting here playing with all these MHA cards, opening these old school King of Fighters waifus. Jeez, dude. This was a crazy little history night, guys. It's like 12:30 a.m. over here, though, and I'm vehemently tired. We learned a lot tonight, boys. We learned a whole lot tonight, didn't we? The actual lore. Yo, we got Nick Reagan in here. Were you in there, Nick Reagan? Are you one of these forum boys? Are you in here? God, dude, this was so much fun. Thank you, Tim, for making that video. Thank you so much. Thank you for linking me those forums as well. Thank you again, Miles, Legendary Wolf Boys, for sending me this super duper cool Oldhead product and setting me on this little journey. And thanks everyone who spent the night with me watching these cool videos and opening these old school packs. I really, really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I think I really want to do some stuff like this with Sam. Sam and I, since like our whole like caster dynamic is the new head and the old head, we've talked about doing like old head, new head perspective content before, and I truly thought about having Sam Tate on for this stream, but I really wanted it to be like a me and chat thing, because like my streams are like never like that, right? It's always like I have people over or something like that, so I kind of wanted to just like actually interact with you guys and talk with you guys and stuff. So I didn't want to have, that's the only reason that I didn't have Sam Tate on here with me, to be honest. But we should definitely do some more stuff like that together. I think it would be a really, really good really good team up of the pros. Yeah, look, Tim, the people want more boomer content. You've got to deliver, man. You got to deliver. And then you give me more content too. See how symbiotic it is? All right, guys. Thank y'all very much. I'm going to go make myself some food and get in bed and relax and get ready for a full day of video making and MHA CCG playing tomorrow. Good night, everyone. I really, really appreciate you watching with me, and I hope y'all take care.